Oh, Jesus. Good morning. Let's get this party started by putting some socks on. My feet are cold. All right. I figured it out. Figured out how to get YouTube chat on my screen mixed in with. Oh, is there a hole? God damn it. Giant ass hole in this sock. Hate that. Whatever. Figured out how to get YouTube chat to show up on my screen. So that's good. You'll probably notice that you're not hearing music. I am hearing music, so if you hear me singing and bobbing, seeing me bobbing my head, I'm sorry, but YouTube sucks like that. They won't let you listen to music, so in order to diversify, I've decided to turn the music off for y'all and open up to YouTube. And Hank is here. Hi, Hanky. With that being said, let's fix my camera so I don't look like an absolute chud, just a little bit of a chud. And I took a screenshot, or at least I should have, of my new settings. At least I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. In true me fashion. Alright, where are my favorites? Wow, that's an old picture. Where are my favorites? Favorites. There it is. Respect. What up, Jobbert? Repping a Michigan band. I'm actually wearing their shirt today, too. Oh, you guys can't hear it. I'm listening to the Black Dahlia murder right now. I just told you guys you won't hear music, and then I'm like, oh yeah, you can't hear music. They're right from not my neighborhood, but my area. Probably have to tweak this a little bit, just because I know I reset my settings. 2, 3. As soon as I get this done, I'm gonna clean my glasses and jump right into painting because got a lot of freaking work to do and not very many days to do it. Again, in true me fashion. I gotta print off all the miniatures for my classes for Paint-A-Palooza here. What the fuck? Oh, did I do something? Shouldn't have. There we go. Game was somewhere in the 200s or something. 205. I shouldn't be tired. I got a lot of sleep this weekend. I went to bed at like 10:30 on Saturday. It was weird. Alright, that's good. We're good. It was really weird to go to bed that early, but I got up stupid early on Saturday because we went to the farm swap to try and sell some of our animals. It was a very weird weekend at the farm today, or this weekend today. Yeah, you would think that like I just learned how to talk or something. Put a glove on because I'll be handling the miniatures. They will not be on a hobby holder. My box of gloves is becoming limp. Will not hold up my air mover. Oh, right. Clean the glass. Let's see. Speaking of which, for those miniatures on hands. You guys can't hear it, but I'm listening to Metallica. Something is wrong, but the light. Heavy thoughts. Will I get dinged on YouTube for singing lyrics? The Sandman. Alright. Clean the glasses, get to work. Chop, chop, chop. What's today? Today's the 3rd already. I'm so glad February's over. Like, January, February are my least favorite months. The only good thing about January is the birth of my wife and my mother. I guess, and that Christmas is done. But now I'm just, like, grasping at straws there. Really do not like January or February. Sleep with one eye open, gripping a pillow tight. There are buzzards flying around. Crazy. Yeah, that's better. Alright, let's see, kids. Lights. Lights, camera, glove. Mise en place. You know what mise en place is, you get an extra point. My screen just switched over to me putting on the glove. Jeez, man. Down to sleep. If I die, I'll be away. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. I wonder what it's like to listen to me singing. Like, there's no music, there's no context, it's just me. People are probably coming in like, fuck? I'm out of here. My hand. What up, Tyler? No. I hate that my palette paper is like a week old. I did change it when Josh was here. It was about a week ago. We did an interview for my Patreon, which should be out tonight. And basically we just painted and shot the shit. I asked some questions about mini wargaming, some questions about personal stuff. But for the most part, like, just buddies hanging out, painting miniatures. One guy doesn't paint miniatures, painted way better than I did. Like, yeah, I don't really paint much. I'm like, I know. That's why I'm doing this. Because you're probably one of the only guests I'm going to actually have in studio. And you don't paint miniatures. I would argue that he could paint, or he could field his miniature and call it done. Mine is not. Because I went flex mode. Even though I knew we were only going to be working for like an hour and a half max. I went flex mode. He went totally not flex mode. He went Guy who doesn't paint for a living mode. God damn it, this camera can't be here. So he picked Imperial Scythes for me, and I just started working in the non-metallic metal on the black. But it's basically a black and yellow scheme. He knows I hate yellow, so I don't hate painting yellow, but I just hate the color yellow. But that's what he decided to pick for me, was Imperial Scythes. You can see I started like filling in the values on the non-metallic metal shading, I guess. So that was his my miniature, and then I chose Flesh Terrors for him. And so the guy who's not a professional painter by any means actually finished what I would consider a tableable miniature. And I'm like, yeah. But the cool thing is, I decided while we were doing this, so this was kind of a surprise for my patrons. The video will be out tonight, but I plan to do an interview like this every month with somebody in the industry. This just happened to be Josh from Mini Wargaming because he was my friend and he was staying with us for a week. So it was like the perfect opportunity to take advantage of his celebrity. I kept saying that to him. I think he got annoyed, but it's an exclusive interview. I'm not gonna say it'll never hit YouTube, but it will not hit YouTube within the next year. It's only gonna be on my Patreon, and I plan to do this again this month. Either I haven't decided who I'm gonna do it with, but it's gonna be in person because I've got 2 conventions I'm teaching at this month. Obviously, Adepticon, but I leave for Paintapalooza in 10 days. Today the 3rd. Yeah, I fly out on the 13th. So, Paintapalooza, I'll be in Kansas City the 14th, 15th, and 16th teaching classes. Um, because of Adepticon being Adepticon, I don't know that I'll have time to bother someone for an hour for an interview. Plus, I won't have any equipment with me. Tony, what's up, man? Woke up feeling like crap, so I guess I'm just up now. Well, hopefully it's not like stupid early wherever you are. But yeah, at Adepticon, if I could pull it off with GoPros, because I'm gonna bring GoPros. So if I could pull it off with GoPros, that might work. But I'd have to coordinate with whoever I'm gonna do the interview with. It's a opportunity to. Dude, I need more black. Since it's an opportunity to do an in-person painting interview with people that I otherwise would never see in a year, I've got to figure out who the hell it is, coordinate with them, and get it on the books. Because I'm gonna have to like bring lapel mics, the whole 9 yards. You always bring your interviewee to the paint and pass and use my setup to interview someone while you're both working on the model. So the whole idea, I love that. Thank you. The whole idea is it's an exclusive interview on my page because we do Q&A for my patrons. Like they'll ask questions. So if it's live on Twitch or whatever when you're streaming, then it defeats the purpose, you know. But I love that idea. That would be amazing using setup. Not like my viewers will mind. Yeah, but I mean, I got to keep some exclusivity to my paying patrons, you know. Where was I on this? Was I working on tracks? Yeah. Tracks and doodly dee dads. Not like a viewer. Come on, Tony. You have way more viewers than that, especially during Adepticon. Whenever I hop on that stream at Adepticon, I'm like, and these people start talking, I'm like, people I've never even seen in my chat. Which, by the way, I'm celebrating 7 years this week. My Twitch anniversary is the 7th. 7 years on the 7th, kids. 7 freaking years of Twitch streaming. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. I thought it was 8. But I guess it's 7. Either way, humbled. You guys can't hear the music. Just sublime. April 26, 1992. There was a riot on streets. Tell me, where were you? It's got to be weird for you guys not hearing music. I got to figure out a way to like put at least some boring royalty free shit or something. Finish up my second and third box today. Nice. Waking up at 9:20, it might as well be dawn. Dude, I am normally a get up around like I'm like the quintessential Guns N' Roses, where he's like, get up around 7, get out of bed around 9. Well, I'm like, get up around 10, get out of bed around 1. That's me. And yes, that's 1 in the afternoon. But to my defense, I'm also up till like 3, 4 in the morning. And a lot of times I'm working. More times than not. Recently, it's been not. I've been doing like a lot of 3D printing, testing out stuff for convention classes. So I guess that counts as work. I mean, some would say it is work, but like for me, I'm setting up a 3D print and then I'm letting the printer run. That's nothing. It just takes me a little bit to set up the print depending on what I'm doing. But I think I finally figured out I'm not completely happy with it because like so Creature Caster gave me their entire collection to use for classes. And their miniatures are phenomenal. But there are a couple of them that are just like overly detailed for teaching. But they have what I need in them. So I've still got to look into a few things and potentially tweak. I might try some different miniatures. I need a miniature with gems like Eldar. Finishing up my second and third box. Hell yeah. I work second shifts, so I get off at 9 p.m. and I'm up till around 2 or 4. Yeah, you live my life. I get it. Being up late, everybody's like, I got a buddy who's like, he'll call me at, I don't know, 10:30, 11. He's like, are you still asleep? I'm like, yeah. He's like, tell me what that's like. I'm like, it's no different than you trying to sleep, but I call you at fucking 4 in the morning. It's no different. We just have different schedules. Although I do get these like spouts of inspiration where I'll start to wake up a little bit earlier for a week or two. Then I go right back to being a night owl. Uh, Used to listen to a ton of Sublime, but I have a hard time going back to most ska and reggae stuff. I hate ska. I cannot stand ska, but I've been getting into reggae pretty hard lately. I've been listening to Stick Figure, the Marleys, like the whole 9 yards. Of course, we went from Sublime to Lorna Shore now. I'm actually getting tired of this song. Like, I love Lorna Shore. They're great now, but it's that To the Hellfire song that went viral on the internet for all the weird ass sounds he makes. And it's like, it's cool and all, but there's too much symphony, too much extras, and not enough just straight up metal. Like, you got blast beats and growling, and then you've got this guitar work that's just like symphonic. Ah. Everyone tries to be sarcastic about how late I sleep, and I'm just like, yeah, tell me what it's like being home when the sun's out. I can't argue too much because mine is a choice, you know? Like, I make my own schedule technically, so technically really can't push back too much. Ideally, I mean, in a perfect world, I would be on a normal schedule, but I tend to get more work done when there's less distraction. Because I'm so severely ADD, I can't. Like, I just can't do it, man. Cannot work during the day without losing focus. I do my best work at night. See? You know. I have a lot of breaks. I take a lot of breaks. And by breaks, I mean I stop doing stuff and watch YouTube for 10 minutes. What time is your flight for Adepticon? That's a great question, Derek. That's a great question. Period. I'll let you know when I have the money to buy the ticket. My cousin asked me, when's your flight for Adepticon? It's a great question, man. I don't know yet. I will get it, though. I hate painting tank tracks. Tank tracks are the worst. And falling asleep. I think when I finish these Marines, I'm gonna go do some neck rounds. Hell yeah. I've been getting a neck round itch lately. I haven't painted a neck round in over a year. More than a year. Well, no, it's been over a year. Just over a year. Because when we first moved in here, I had just started a Hexmark destroyer and um Illuminor Xeris. But I having now understand the understanding of 10th a little better playing a full game, I don't know that Illuminor Xeris is a good choice right now. But he's like 1/3 painted. Like the detail work has started, so I was just about to start doing the blade weapon and the like guy that he's sucking the soul out of. So I don't know. We'll see after Adepticon. I got a lot of pressure on me right now to finish this guy. or this tank. If I can't finish this tank, I'm in deep trouble. So I gotta get the nose to the grindstone. Because this is not mine. This is Elric's Hobbies commissioned me to paint this for their booth. And I was not aware of how much they actually needed. I thought it was just a tank, so I'm like, yeah, 2 weeks or 2 months should be fine. They sent me about 3 tanks worth of stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I gotta get working. I'll probably be working on this all day. Never played, just started painting. Hey, Pickles, what's going on, killer? Little Jackson 5. My hands fall asleep. I'm glad I hate the marine tanks so I don't have to paint any. I love the marine tanks. I love tanks in general. They're badass. Now I have to look up tickets because he's asking me how much they are, and I know what the follow up's gonna be, which ain't too proud. He wants to buy my ticket for Adepticon. I can pay him back. I will. Delta, baby. Will let my cousin buy me. Okay. I like the guard tanks, but I think the grab tanks look incredibly dumb. Give them tracks. I guess I get it, but like I don't know. I really enjoy saying I really do. Just call my name. I'll be. Holding on. Re-downloading games, software, and works on my computer. My old motherboard burned up and corrupted everything. Ended up dropping $1,500 to replace and upgrade it. That's not bad. $1,500. Really not terrible. Sorry to hear that though. I built this rig that I'm using now for just under $3,000, not including monitors. It better last me 10 fucking years. I think I built it during COVID, so I'm going on 5 years. I'll be there. I'll be there. Call my name. Wow, there are not very many late flights to Milwaukee. That sucks. Because either Mama's gonna have to get up real early, or I'm gonna have to get a cab somehow. Fuck. The good news is, the ticket is only about $325. cheapest I can buy. Not or not basic. There's 1,500 I was gonna drop on Adepticon stuff. All the models that I'll end up buying that I probably don't. Well, here's the thing: is like, were you gonna buy G-Dub shit or were you gonna buy other parties? It's like, why buy anything at? Why buy anything of Games Workshops at a con? It's the same as if you were to buy it at a retail store. You might as well go to the retail store and buy it. They need the money. G-Dub already got their money. Your prices are still bad again during COVID. They rock. Dude, during COVID, I could fly down here for like $60 round trip. You don't have to talk to me about flights. Here's the fucked up thing. I bought my flight for Kansas City with I got paid for this commission. I used that money. I gave money to the house to Mama, and then I took a little bit of the money and I bought my flight to Kansas City. My flight to Kansas City was over $600. What the fuck? $500. I can't remember. But I'm like, yeah, I'll buy my Adepticon ticket too. Nope, Kansas City. Fucking $500 to fly there. Why? I'm looking at Delta flights right now for Milwaukee. It's like I can get there for $311. The only reason I take Maine is because I always check a bag. Usually all my class stuff gets checked. So I go Maine, because if I go basic economy, it's like $70. You do it like there and back, it's $70 total, or is it 80? I don't remember. Either way, you might as well just get Maine, and then you get a better loading. But that's just stupid. Kansas City. Who else is going to Kansas City ever? Right? Well, I'm going to a convention there to teach. So I had to be a wiener and ask them, I'm like, hey, not to be a butthole, but when should I expect to get paid out from my classes for that? Because I'm relying on that money to get to Adepticon. Hey, Cosmic's on YouTube. I know that it works. Oh shit. Little Marilyn Manson. Dropped like 2K on stuff from any shop that I saw had some cool stuff. That was me my first year. You know what I bought? You know, we're getting into convention season. I've been doing things kind of lackluster, slow. Not lackluster, but like slow. I've been painting a lot of fun stuff for myself. But now I've got two big commissions for I don't do commissions, but the crews came to me, they're like, "Will you paint like 900 Tyranids for the cruise?" Like, "Yeah, here's my price." And they're like, "Cool." I severely undersold myself. I'm doing like it's 16 starter sets and about 10 boxes of other shit like Hive Tyrants, the Hunter Screamer, whatever he's called, Screamer Killer, a box of Gargoyles, a box of Gene Stealers, a bunch of characters, right? Plus 16 starter sets. And I'm doing it for $1,600. And that was severely under pricing myself severely, because some dumbass, they were like, we're gonna commission it out to a bunch of different painters. He comes to me, he's like, this one guy wants to do one starter box for $1,600. I was like, no, one box, one start box, which is about 40 Tyranids, 30 Tyranids. I don't know if he was going to paint the Marine half or not, but the dude wanted $1,600 to paint the Tyranids. I was like, absolutely not. That's a ripoff, especially at basically tabletop or less. Shut up, phone. Shut up, phone. I was like, shit, I'd do the whole thing for $1,600. Truth's like, really? I'm like, fuck. Whoops. I kind of shot myself in the foot on that one, but hey, those guys do enough for me, so I'm happy to do it. Right? I'd do it too. This is half. This isn't even the character. This is half of what I'm painting. That's just the gaunts. That's just half of the gaunts. Half of these little bastards. I still have 8 more of these to build. I severely undersold myself on that one. I did the math. How much were those starter sets? Pass me a couple of those. Everybody come over, help me paint my commission that I severely undersold myself on, but it's for friends, it's for the cruise. You guys got to understand this. So I found out last night how much it cost to get on the cruise, like to be, because my wife and son want to go on the cruise. I didn't realize that cruises cost that much. Like I realized they're like $1,000, but I couldn't believe to upgrade a little bit to get my wife and son on the cruise how expensive it is. So it's roughly about $1,000 a person. Roughly. That's what they cover for me. Whenever they take me on a cruise, they cover my cruise. They cover my tips, which is roughly 220 bucks. They cover all my gratuities. They cover everything except for like alcohol. That's it. And they pay me a paycheck when I'm on there. It's only 500 bucks, but it's money to take home, right? So in actuality, I'm probably earning about 2 grand every time I go on those cruises. Because they also pay for my flights, they pay for my travel, they pay arguably they pay for my overnight stay in port, but really I just stay at their Airbnb with them because they're my homies and we love each other. But I figure the payback on that commission, even though I took it and it's way underpricing myself, the payback is how many years have I been going on these cruises? I do 3 a year now. They've more than paid for me. It is what it is. And even though I want to do more, like, I don't have to do jack shit on the cruise. I just show up for my 2 hour painting classes. That's it. And I'm like, listen, guys, I'll do whatever you need me to do. They're like, no, you're good. I'll teach someone Warhammer, like, if they ask, but otherwise, I fucking hang out. I have a good time. I play games. I do host some games at night. Like, I'll play board games and stuff with people, Salem and whatnot, but, like, they ask nothing of me. It's frustrating because I want to help. I want to give back. They're such good dudes, but they've got it all under control. So cruises can be a lot. They sure can. I do take a shit. I do take a shit for less than 200,000. I don't take a shit. I used to purposely every day when I was in the machine shop, every day after lunch, an hour after lunch, I would purposely go take a shit. I mean, I had to shit, but like every single day, like clockwork. 1 o'clock, where's Duff? Oh, he's in the shitter. Why don't you do that on lunch? Because I'm not getting paid for lunch. And I should be able to take a fucking 5 minute break every now and then. Well, we need you at your machine running parts. I'm like, it's a 10-minute program. Well, what if something happens on your machine? Well, then fucking somebody else will hit the stop button. No big deal. You gotta understand, I ran my machine. I was constantly helping fix other people's machines. I was helping them figure out their their blueprints and their measurements on their parts and shit. It's like I ran 5 other machines plus my own and fixed them. And they paid me $12 an hour. And that was in the the mid 2000s. I definitely did not make the national average of $22 an hour at that time. Boss makes $1, I make a dime, right? That's literally it. I worked for a company. So if you go into like a Verizon store or an AT&T store or T-Mobile store, whatever, I worked for the company that made all those cabinets. I am the guy who made those cabinets. Like everything you see fixture-wise in a cellular store, at least 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, but they hold on to them for a couple of years, but they do frequently change them. But anyway, I was the guy that made those. There's a good chance that you've probably rested your arms on a cabinet I made if you've ever sat in a cellular store trying to get shit done. I made those. I worked for a company that made those, and yeah, they paid me $12 an hour. The dude also did shit for Pepsi and like big name brands. But yeah, I made $12 an hour. Let's look up what is the national average of a Como/Fanuc operator. Como is the machine I ran, but Fanuc is the operating system. Como, Komo. What is the national starting average pay for a Como operator? Or Busaletto. I also ran a Busaletto. I hated that thing though. The Busaletto was the worst fucking machine ever. Working in a shop, rite of passage. Handle millions of dollars of equipment and get paid nothing for it. I'll tell you, the biggest job I ever did was for Quicken Loans. They were completely redoing their headquarters in downtown Detroit. What? Um, I worked on a job for Quicken Loans. Fanuc Robot Cells made $15 an hour. I used to do Q&A and engraving for electronic controls on for Fanuc. No shit. What up, B-Town? What would that be? $10 an hour? Is that like $10 an hour? No, that can't be an hour, is it? $20.80. It's about $19 an hour, 20. Yeah, and I made 12. I made $12 an hour. It's not like it's a difficult job. Like homos are not. It's your basic XYZ suction table CNC. Yeah, there it is. That's what I worked on. It's not hard once you learn how to program it and run it. This is what I work. It's really not that difficult. Like it's an XYZ, and you gotta learn how to run the system and then troubleshoot and do like compensation measures. That's really it. But if you fuck it up, you fuck it up. So there is some skill to it. I'm not gonna sit here and take away from it, but it's not mill work. I make twice as much fixing laptops for an accounting firm as I did working on hyper complicated robot junk. Hell yeah. That's an issue when trades don't pay. I'm a louder advocate for things like teachers and first responders, but you still need skilled trades, and people look down on them like they're scum. It's just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? They're scum until you need a fucking plumber because your shitter is backing up into your basement. And then, holy shit, they better drop everything and get to you ASAP. Probably one of my favorite concept albums of all time, right there. Zombie EP. But you guys can't hear it, I forgot. I keep forgetting. Whatever. Now it's David Bowie. Shadows. Angel. Huh. Sweet. I just gotta finish the black on this, and then I can start getting into detail work. Doing the metallics, etc. Can't see a damn thing because of the light. Some of the most intelligent people I've ever met were tradesmen. Some of the dumbest also were. Like anything else, but they're necessary. I agree with that. I've met some amazing people in shops. I used to do bricklaying. I never met anybody amazing in bricklaying. They were all scumbags, but I'm not saying all bricklayers are scumbags. The ones I worked with were all scumbags. Um, but they busted their fucking asses when they came to work. They had to work. You know? But I have a lot of bad experiences with bricklayers, so I have a lot of not scars but resentment. Because I was young, I was just out of high school, trying to figure life out, getting taken advantage of. My boss would like, we'd be working in like fucking, I don't know. We'd be working in like Rock, South Rockford or something like that. And he'd be like, "Oh, I got to go up to Kego Harbor to price out a job. Can I use your car so I don't have to take the big truck? Because like the big truck did have all of the shit, like the scaffolding, everything." And me being 18, 19, I'm like, sure, yeah, I guess. He'd go and he'd take my car. He'd smoke in my car. I was a smoker, but he would smoke in my car. Um, he'd bring it back and it'd be empty. And I'd have to drive from like fucking Rockford to back to my house in Chesterfield Township. Like, come on, man. I'm just a kid yet. Like, you're paying me shit. And you're taking my car, putting miles on it, going all over hell and back, and you can't even fucking put gas back in it. What a dick. But if I said no, I didn't know. It was my first, like, job. If I said no, motherfucker would have fired me probably, right? I have a lot of resentment for him. I worked for another guy. I literally would skateboard to work every day. And I'd show up at the job site and he wouldn't be there. Like it was just he and I. He was the owner of the company and the bricklayer. Fuck it, I'll say it. It's my uncle. Um, because he's a different person now, so whatever. But it was my uncle. I was like 15. I'd show up to the job site, literally skateboarded to the job site. I'd be waiting there. He'd never show up because he was up all night getting drunk or shit faced or whatever. And then he'd tell you, like, he'd call me, tell me to do something. I'd do it. Like, hey, demo the porch, and I'll be there with the truck, and we'll load up the truck and take it to the dump. Okay. He's supposed to be there in like an hour. He just never shows up that day. So I demo a whole porch by myself. Then he'd show up the next day. We'd go and we'd dump all the shit off at the dump. Then he'd drop me back off at the job site. He'd be like, "Hey, do this, that, and the other, and I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bank or whatever." Then he'd never show back up. So I did the whole fucking job by myself, aside from laying the brick. And that is actually the job he showed me how to lay brick on. He showed up the day of brick. I showed up at the job early to meet the delivery for the brick. So I was there like 2-3 hours before him, prepping all the shit, getting all the tools ready, prepping the scaffolding, and because even though we didn't have to go up any courses or anything like crazy, we'd still set up a row of scaffold just so that you could put mud boards and brick behind you. Like picture a run of scaffolding, but the planks are at the lowest rung so that you can stack brick and you can put your mortar boards and just turn around right behind you. You have everything you need. So I'm at the job site doing that, and he shows up like 2 hours after, throws up like half of the courses because we did a concrete slab on top. He threw up like half the courses, showed me how to do the rest. I did the rest of the courses. He left, came back the next day. Again, I'm early. He's late. Oh, and he didn't even give me a ride home, by the way. Um, but this went on for the week that we were there, which a Porsche should not take a week. And he showed up, finished the last like 3 or 4 courses, which if you've ever laid brick professionally, you know that takes all of no time. But anyway, he shows up, lays the last couple of courses before the cement guys show up. The cement guys show up, check everything out, say, "Yep, okay, it's good." The cement comes. I get the day off because we need a day for the cement to cure. Then the cement cures. We go back, do all the tuck pointing and bullshit, acid bath, whatever. Never paid me for the job. That was the last time I worked for him. Never paid me. I don't like, I know it sounds resentful. I don't hold it against him because at the time he was really, really, really hardcore in a bad place. Like drugs, alcohol, family problems, the whole 9 yards. He eventually went on, he ended up killing somebody indirectly. It was a manslaughter situation, but he got sober. Him and his wife got sober. They had 12 great years of sobriety. Then he found out that his wife was cheating on him. They had 2 kids. Found out his wife was cheating on him. Of course, fell off the bus. They broke up. She went, did her own thing, married the guy she cheated on him with. And him and the kids um, bought a house. And they were doing really, really well up until that point. They bought the house. It was like bedlam for 3, 4 years, whatever. And then one night he got really depressed, drank himself absolutely stupid, and decided it was a good idea to go get Taco Bell. Well, when he pulled out of his subdivision, a motorcycle drove into the side of his truck, and the motorcyclist died. I hate saying this, but luckily the motorcyclist was also drunk. So my uncle's charges were lowered to manslaughter, but he served 3 years in jail. He'll serve 3 years in jail for it. And he had a good, real good string of recovery post jail, but things are falling off again, which is unfortunate. I always liked him, always chill, but yeah, it is what it is. I got a Discord notification. I can't see inside this tank. There we go. All right, I gotta do a bunch of other stuff. Let me see if this is important. Ironic. That's fucking ironic. I love it. Just a message in Discord from somebody. That I'm down on my knees for a day. Did I say fute? Outshine. What is this? That's probably going to be metallic. Whatever. Best wishes. Back at you, man. Lots of people can't keep away from the bottle. Called a vice for a reason. I've seen that check hold take a lot of my family's lives over the years. There's over 130 people in the Duffy side of my family, and we're Irish. A good hunk of them are alcoholics. I've never, thank God, ever been an addictive person. People get so upset because I can just stop stuff cold turkey. Except for pop. Can't stop drinking pop cold turkey. It's just not gonna happen. But like I quit smoking cigarettes cold turkey after 10 years. Um Currently I'm on a no drinking thing. Um Not for any personal reason other than my friend who has a problem has asked me not to drink to help him, like motivate him not to drink. And even though he's already failed that, it's not like it's a problem for him. Like he's not in danger of anything. He just thinks that he drinks too much and he wants to kind of like take it easy and cut back. But he asked us as a friend group, he's like, "Hey, you guys, I feel like we just get together and drink. Like, do you mind if we just not drink?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's fine by me. I don't really drink during the week anyway. It's basically with you guys." So I pulled all the beer and shit out of my fridge. It's it's only strictly for support. And we pull into the gas station. He's like, "You know what? We did a lot of work today because we worked on our hunting property, and it was, even though I showed up late, it was a fuckload of work. There was a ton of work." He's like, "I feel good. We did good. Let's have a beer." I was like, "No." Like, what do you mean no? I was like, "You specifically asked us not to drink. That's why even Joshy isn't drinking. And the fact that Joshy isn't drinking is huge." He's like, "Yeah, but I mean, like, why not? We had a good day and this, that, and the other." He's like making an excuse. I'm like, "Do you want to quit drinking or do you want to think about quit drinking?" He's like, "Well, I mean, like, I'm not even gonna buy more than two tall boys." I was like, which is a cutback for him. He normally drinks about 10. But I was just like, you know what, man? Said I wasn't gonna drink, I'm not gonna drink. You go in there and you buy a tall boy, that's on you. Did he buy him? I don't remember seeing him. I know Josh bought beer. I don't remember what he did. But anyway, like, I got no problem. If I don't want to drink, I'll just stop. I did. But I'm a Adepticon. If you want to buy me an old fashioned, I ain't gonna say no. I'm just doing it as support for a friend, really. Because it's hard, man. Like, I try to go on good diets and shit, and if the people around you are not eating properly, then it goes out the window. Like, I'm not currently on it. Why is that not going on? Hootie Hoot. Thanks for the
Space
resub,
Wolf
homie.
suck.
Why did
Dark
that not?
Angels #1.
Did you guys hear the alert? I'm gonna test it. So you guys heard it, but I didn't.
This is a subscription test.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with it right now. But as I was saying, it's like I've never had an addictive personality. So my addiction is like things are that are hobbies. Like when I get into a hobby or when I'm into a hobby, I might spend a little more money than I probably should sometimes. But like when times are tough, like right now, I can't tell you the last time I bought something for fishing. Oh, that's a lie. What did I buy? I bought something for spearfishing right after Christmas. What did I buy though? I can't remember. What did I buy? a weight belt. I bought a weight belt, which is like $20. But if I get into something and I find something I want in that like mythos or whatever, I'll buy it. I think that's the only hardcore addictive thing I do is like, yeah, I'm into spearfishing now, so let's go out and buy everything we need for spearfishing. But again, my current situation dictates that I shouldn't be buying a bunch of bullshit, so I think dynamite fishing would be fun. I've done shotgun fishing when I was a young whippersnapper. I was about 20, 21, something like that. It wasn't legal. I also lucked out. I have no addictive personality. Never smoked a cigarette, been drunk. I do an edible from time to time, or I'll have a celebratory glass of wine, but my whole family thinks it's weird. I don't have a vice like that. Can relate. I mean, I know of at least 20 people in my family that have a drinking problem, and probably another 10 that have drug problems. You know, it sucks. It is what it is. But I can only worry about myself, so. I farted. I wonder if you guys could hear it now that there's no music. What time is it? Starting to get hungry. It's hot in here. I wonder if the heat's on. You guys can't hear cattle decapitation, can you? Noise gate caught it. You told on yourself, unforced error. Oh, I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you every time I fart. I am not shy about my farts. It is what it is. They're funny too. Alright, so now I just got to do the little bit of detail for black for here. And I'm ready to. Disappointed that my comment didn't start a war about Space Wolves and Dark Angels. What did I say? Dynamite fishing? Well, I don't know. I guess I don't know the context. I don't like Space Wolves, so. Oh, you were painting Space Wolves? No. This is a guard tank. It's so it's like, here's the tank. Out of focus because I got it focused for my painting level, but here. It also has a bunch of turrets, not just this one, as this one. It has this one. As this one. What else does it have? It has this one. And then, oh, it has this one. Oh, and this one. And then it has all these guns. It's a lot of freaking stuff. And they wanted me to paint it at like high display quality for their booth. So he's like, I was like, what do you want it painted as? How do you, what is it? Blah blah blah. He said it's a Lehman Rust proxy. Cool. What do you want it painted as? Have fun. Okay. Well, the Krieg color looks cool, so I'll do that. Pop goes the monkey. What up, killer? Hello, intern. I guarantee you that's Matt. 100% that's Matt. I just saw the active stream graphic on Discord. Oh, hell yeah. Hope you're having a baller day. I'm having a day. Thought I'd check it out. First time I saw the side graphics. This is Matt. See? I told you. The man, the myth, the legend, the owner. Alright, let me zoom back in. Sandwich. But yeah, there's so many different guns for this thing. Because it's 7 different turrets, right? And I went ahead and this is the original like turret the kit came with. It's a Rampart Wolverine tank. And I was like, well, how do I get the gun swaps in and out? I think this is or these are all the original gun swaps. No, these aren't. But there's different gun swaps. I'm like, well, how are you going to do that? So I said, fuck it. And I put magnets inside so that you can slip them in there real easy. Even if they do end up using it for play, which I don't think they are, because he said it's for their booth for the 2025 season, so at least now you can still use the original turret. But that's for Elric's hobby. They will be at the convention with a booth, chilling with my toy. It is. It's pretty damn solid. I can't remember who they bought the IP from someone for this one. It's a cast resin. I can't remember who it was. Good God. Now it's gonna bother me. Where's their link? Here's a pop link real quick. And where's my L? There it is. And you can't click on multi-stream. All right, sure. So most of it is 3D printed, I think, but this one is a big hunk of cast resin. Most of it's 3D printed. Nope, wrong button, Duff. Nope. All right. No, should be on the main page. Here it is. Um, Blood and Skulls. It's got to be that. Blood and Skulls. Yeah, it is. It's Blood and Skulls. Because originally they wanted me to do a Baneblade, 3 Russes, or 1 Russ, and like 3. God, what was it? I just saw it. A Baneblade, 3 Chimeras, and a Lehman. What's a Chimera? I know nothing about Guard. Oh, okay, I remember what the Chimera. It's kind of like a beefed up Lehman Russ. Yeah, they wanted me to do all that. I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm gonna be. Sorry, I've got somebody from my neighborhood messaging me about some bullshit. Neighborhood community. Not a neighborhood when your neighbors are acres away from you. All farming. Oh wait, why am I grabbing this brush? So I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but I have a pair of neighbors. So the way my street is set up is there's not very many people on my street. I live very rural. We're in a farming community called the Mid. But my street is a mile long. Okay. So here's an intersection, right? This is a property. This is me. Property. Intersection. This is my road. It's like a very, very rudimentary, not dirt road, but it's more like a walking path. Sorry for disturbing your show. You're not, dude. You're welcome here anytime. If you want to hop on a microphone and talk, you're one of my sponsors. You're welcome here anytime, homie. Any fucking time. Anytime. So intersection, right? Intersection. My house. There's nobody in these two. So it's 5 acres of woods. Well, 10 acres. Well, no, it'd be 5 acres because each property is 2.5 acres. So nobody. There's a house here, a house here, a house here, nobody, and a house here. Oh, this guy is a police officer, sheriff. There's a house here. There's nothing here. There's a house here. There's a house here. So you can see, like, I don't have a lot of neighbors, right? Well, we're going to call these guys the dickbags. Okay? Dickbags have a loudspeaker. And these dudes will come out anytime somebody drives by on a 4-wheeler or a side by side or anything. They come out on their loudspeaker and they play a police siren and they scream at them like obscenities beyond obscenities. Now I'm an adult. I can handle obscenities, whatever. But when you start talking about sucking the things that gentlemen have between their legs on a loudspeaker, and my 7-year-old has to ask me what that means, that's an issue. That's a big issue. Or when they're screaming about how everybody's gonna die after they're done with them, and my kid gets scared. and asked me to sleep in his bed that night with my gun so that the crazies at the end of the street won't kill him. Like, I have issues with that. But that's been going on since we moved into the house. And homeboy homeboy got arrested last week. And I'm super excited about it because I'm a live and let live type of dude. I couldn't care less what you do, why you do it, and how you do it, as long as it doesn't affect someone in a harmful manner. We've called the cops on them no less than 2 dozen times, and the cops, every time we call them, are like, yep. We don't even have to say who it is. We just tell them, yeah, the clown's over on this street. And they're like, yep, we've already had 2 calls. We've got an officer en route. Um, the cop told me straight up once that like they have over 300 calls on them just in the last year, and that because they're protected under the freedom of speech amendment, there's nothing they can do because they won't go on their loudspeaker after hours. They only do it like they know when the disturbing the peace hours are. So there's like nothing the police can do. Well, it went to the state attorney, and like the state attorney knows about them, and he's been trying to find a loophole or some sort of way to charge them. Well, these dumbass motherfuckers start calling the cops and falsifying crimes. Like they're calling the cops on people calling the cops on them. So that's what they got him on. And apparently this is his third charge for misdemeanor first degree, falsifying a crime report. So homie's in trouble. And it's like karma fucking finally bit you. I think it's hilarious. Hey, Pop, are you out there still? What's new in the Pop lane? I feel like we haven't talked in a minute. I'll see you at Adepticon, right? What's the big project lately? How could I chat in here live with you? Discord? Otherwise, yeah. Jump into Discord. Oh wait, I don't know if it'll work with how I set up my sound to do YouTube now, but we can try for sure. Cause like I can hear music. You guys can't hear music. That's what I'm worried about is that, which I can just unmute it. I'll turn the music off for a minute. I'm gonna anyway because I need to hear you. Let me turn the heat up. I can. Give me 1 second, Matt. All right, I'm back. Let me turn this music off. I can hear you. You hear me. Yep. Well, they can't hear you, so I gotta figure out talk a little bit. You still there? Okay. Oh no, I got it. In chat, can you hear him? I had to last night. I finagled all my sound settings to figure out how I could stream on Twitch without music playing or YouTube. Nobody ever sees the Discord thing. That's a bummer. Nope. So you're back to square one? Okay. Yeah. No, I understand completely. I didn't realize you were still trying to find someone. Excellent. Right. That sucks, man. Yeah. That's rough. And there's no way to like just punch button it either. You've got to go through each one. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
kind of getting through this. I just crossed 5,000 products just last week, so
Yeah.
I'm getting close to the finish. But I've been working on it since July, so well, actually about midway through July into August. So it's been like it's been dominating my time, kind of doing that, and plus obviously getting stuff. Um, yeah, getting stuff into my printer up in Canada now is doing my monkey resin stuff, and their material is really great. I'm really happy the way it turned out. So it's like obviously it's a new material, and the cost is obviously much better than it was before. I really like the material; it doesn't stink as much as the other stuff did. Um, it's definitely like I said, it's been really going really well. It's just a matter of getting everything, when you get kind of fatigued going through and yeah, I'm gonna get through all the shields. Let's get through all this, and then you find out I have to kind of redo some of the stuff because it has to be done a different way. So it's just been a long process, kind of getting all this stuff back up and running. But I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna be at a better spot, and I'm anxious to get back to actually, doing design work again without doing just administrative work.
Oh yeah, that'll be great. I know, just like when I set up my Shopify store, just populating all the different paints and shit, and I don't have a massive inventory. I think I have like maybe 600 products or something. I hate it. It's the worst part of having any type of store. Trying to populate products, trying to keep track of everything you have. You said you're at 5,000 now. I couldn't imagine trying to keep track of that.
Well, that 5,000.
That's what you got uploaded. Yeah.
I got like
7 or 8. You said
really close to 8,000 products, and that doesn't include like the stickers or the T-shirts. There's other stuff. You know what I mean? That's kind of done with a different service and stuff. So
right.
But I mean, if you have Shopify, you realize like changing prices is not easy.
No,
Changing
none of
any
it's
kind of little
easy.
bit of detail, like let's say you find out you've misspelled something on like 600 products, so you got to export the CSV file and try to re-upload it, and sometimes that causes trouble. It's really not it's not a real easy process.
Dude,
when you're dealing with large
I
numbers.
changed address. That's all I did was I changed address from where I was shipping to, and it completely killed my entire shipping. I come to find out, I've been sitting here for almost a year going, why the fuck isn't my store doing any sales? I'm to find out that my shipping doesn't even offer any shipping options to customers, because when I changed the address, it changed the shipping profiles, and Shopify doesn't have any type of customer service that you can just call and talk to a human, which pisses me off so much.
Automated chat system on that. If you go on their chat thing, I'm sure you'll find a couple of my rants on there trying to find answers to how to fix certain things. And
you and me both.
When they did their update last year, oh my god, it caused all kinds of trouble. You know what I mean?
I remember.
It was nuts. And they were just like, "Oh, just tell people to turn off their VPN." I'm like,
"Yeah, okay.
All right, how am I supposed to do that?"
Hey, if you could expose yourself to everything you're trying to protect yourself just to order My Little Toys, please do that.
Exactly. That's I was like, so you're not really inspiring trust in people to tell people to drop their guard.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, you need to fucking fix this. This is ridiculous. Oh, sorry. I got it.
No, come on. It's me, man. You can curse whatever you want.
I said, I'm not sure what your rules are here.
All good.
Discord. I want to make sure.
No, you're fine. No, it's it's kind of like the Comcast mentality. Like, unfortunately, they're the best there is, so that's what you got to use. You know, I came from Wix. Wix was atrocious. I did Squarespace for a little while. I didn't like Squarespace at all. So Shopify is extremely useful in the fact that you can do like cross-platform stuff. There's a lot of trackables. The one thing that I can't stand about them is the no customer service. Like, if I can't figure this shit out, I don't have in-house tech nerds to do that shit for me. So what am I going to do?
And like I said, the amount of money, I'm not sure what tier level you're at, but and the amount of money you pay in each month, you think that, especially if you're paying that much, you at least get an opportunity to maybe schedule something with somebody to walk you because a lot of times these problems I have, when I do fix it or find out I get an answer, I'm done in like 30 seconds. All it took them was just to be able to say, "Oh no, it's over here." Like I had a
Right.
huge problem there a couple years ago where there's an option in there to ask you whether or not you want to include your taxes in with it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, at the time, Shapeways was charging me the taxes, so I had to charge the taxes to my customers.
Yeah.
Even though I wasn't directly paying them, I was paying them indirectly, that type of thing. But the way it was worded, it made it seem like, okay, turn it on, and we'll apply taxes. So what I find out is that turning it on says that the taxes are already included in the price I have. You know what I mean? Like the way, I don't know how it was worded. It's been a while, but it was worded in a way that was like, "Does your price include taxes?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I wanted this to include taxes." But what it was actually, it would show the taxes, but it wouldn't charge it. So
Right.
I had lost thousands of dollars, in extra payment just by that one button being clicked wrong.
When I was in Michigan still, I would charge sales tax. We don't have sales tax down here, but I don't have a business license down here, so I don't charge tax yet. When I would do it, I'd go for the breakdown for how much tax I owe every year. I couldn't find it. I'm like, where the hell is this? And I'm trying to get a hold of them, Finally, somebody answers me via email after 2 weeks of waiting. I'm like, I already did my taxes. They're like, oh, well, just file an addendum to your taxes. Fuck Uncle Sam. I'm not going to do that. Like,
Well, no,
that's going to cost me time and money.
Yeah, I'm not sure who told you. Well, I guess your accountant could do it. I do pay PA taxes direct to Pennsylvania.
Well, but that's the thing is, back then I did have a CPA. I don't have one anymore because I make jack shit right now. It doesn't matter. I don't need one. Yeah. But that's the thing is, I'd have to pay him to go and do an addendum onto my taxes. I'd have to go back, pay out of pocket because Shopify doesn't like hold those taxes back. So
I had to pay directly. I have to pay. I think it's 6 states because all the states are kind of funky. A lot of times I'm well under the threshold. And even the states I got to pay and I'm under the threshold as well. It's just a matter of some of their thresholds are like a certain volume between in a month period. So then if all of a sudden in 1 month I have like a big sale or a bunch of people buy, what triggers it then? But if I don't have that many sales then the rest of the year, I still got to pay it. So it's a weird kind of a setup, but that's a freaking racket too, because man, the people that want to charge you, oh my God, I looked into it. And I mean, it was thousands of dollars for them to do this for me to pay out. And that didn't include obviously paying the taxes. And then I talked to a lady at the New York tax broker or whatever. I had to set up an account with them. And she couldn't have been a freaking nicer lady, man. She walked me through it, showed me how to do it. I mean, she just took the time with me to tell. And you could tell it was an older lady. But man, she just took her time and I was done. I'm like, that's not really that hard. And she goes, "Oh no, not really." It took me. I think I ended up paying I think it was $80, for the year.
Yeah.
I'm like, and it took me 15 minutes. And once I figured out how it worked, I'm like, I'm not paying thousands of dollars for 15 minutes worth of work.
Right.
So then all the different states where their systems are slightly different. They all use kind of a different way of handling it. And but once you kind of figured out the one, you kind of know where to go for the others.
Yep.
And I mean, I saved lots of money just by doing it myself with just, every 3 months, or 4 months, I guess 3 months, I got to kind of run those reports again. But
right.
It's crazy the amount of money that people want to fleece out of you for this one. It's really, granted, if I want to talk to that lady, I couldn't tell the top from the bottom, but that freaking, I think I was on the call with her for about a half hour and like I said, after I was done, I was like, she saved me thousands of dollars. Just
right.
Talking to me for 15 minutes.
You sound like a tactical learner like I am. You got to be shown or do it yourself to learn it. And that's kind of how I am. Shopify's problem, every time I have a customer service issue, they send me a fucking article that's like 10 paragraphs long. Like, that's going to take me 3 weeks to figure that out.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
go to YouTube, see if somebody has done it. And I just, as long as I can watch somebody do it and kind of figure it out, and have give me a chance to ask a question, I'm done. I could probably got it. I got it
exactly.
sorted out. But yeah, boy, we took a left turn here. I apologize for getting into the weeds.
No, no, you're fine. I'm actually gonna address somebody had asked about your website and what
Oh,
it's
okay.
all about. They were like, "Oh, it looks like people go there for 3D part or third party pieces, and what
Oh
you
yeah.
call it, proxies and whatnot." So I grabbed a few of the things that I have. This was the miniature that we used in my airbrush class last year at Adepticon. This is one of your Saturn pattern Stinky Boys, right?
Yeah. There's a
Yeah.
big seller right now.
I added the tentacles just to add a
Oh yeah, no,
little
no.
bit more nerdle, but
That's one of the
just
reasons
to give
why
you an
I kind of
idea. Go
yeah, I
ahead.
love doing. I mean, I'm a chaos player as well, but I also like I like to design stuff myself. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to have all
Yeah,
my stuff look identical. So I'm with you on that. I convert my stuff up as well.
yeah, for sure. Um, but that's like that's an option for a proxy if you don't like Death Shroud or what's the other Terminators they have? Death Shroud and Blight Lord. Blight Lord
Blight Lords.
Terminators.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know my name for him is Blight Shroud because I just
Yeah,
combined
yep.
the two.
And that's perfect because you can use them
Yeah,
for both. Because
yeah.
there is a gun option for them too, isn't
Yeah,
there?
yeah, I have a set for both the those guys with the size, and I just added where you can get a 3-pack or a 6-pack, and the 6-packs are selling great. And
Nice.
then obviously you can do the ones where there were just 3 of them. Or yeah, then the other guy
Oh,
had guns and stuff.
other stuff. Uh,
Yeah, that's a nice. I like that color scheme you got there.
so these ones, these are old school. I do you know Mike Disney?
Now,
Okay, he's another Twitch streamer. These are dusty as hell because I've rooted chickens in here last year. But I commissioned Mike to paint these for me. God, 4 or 5 years ago. Just he was having a tough time, and I wanted to help him out. But they got your conversion on there for the combi weapons.
gotcha.
I
Yeah, yeah,
totally
yeah.
forgot about that. That was back when you could run 5 guys with combi weapons, combi meltas. Then ninth
Yeah, well,
edition, they were like, no, 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 we can't do that anymore. Bastards.
yeah, yeah. That's.
Then,
But
of
again,
course,
that was just a simple little bit that like I said, I remember doing them going, oh hell, this why spend extra money that I could just make these little extra
right.
bits.
Well, at the bottom of eighth, everybody was running their Terminators with combi meltas. It was killer. And then ninth came along, and they're like, no, you can't have nice things.
Now you can't even have a melter or a flamer or plasma. It's just a combi weapon that's a basic
Yep.
profile.
Yep. This Rob gave me this years
Right.
ago. Is this yours? This
No,
back hatch part?
it's actually one of my artists who does.
Okay.
I work with him as well, but I like that kit as well. I have a similar one.
Okay.
I have mine's just called Rhino Back. It's just a little bit different.
Well,
But
that's what this was Rhino backed. I'm pretty sure that's what he
I
gave me.
think
It
that
was
was
it.
mine. Let me see.
Hold on.
Turn to the side a second on the back.
Here, I'll take it off. It comes off. Magnetized it. So it's like it's the back plate. The Rhino like conversion he gave me doesn't have a turret,
Yeah.
but then he gave me this one too. It has the turret.
Right.
I could have swore
I
he
have a
said it
real
was
similar
yours.
kit. I have a very similar kit.
Okay.
But I do know the artist who did. I forget which one. I work with him as well. But again, uh, yeah, how to describe it? Like say, we kind of both developed it separately from one another, and then we
Right.
kind of both hit the market about the same time with it. So,
Well, buy Pops. Pops here on my stream, and he's cooler. But then, of course, my
hey, no,
favorite, no biased, of course, is the Duff Pattern Redemptor. So on this kit, what we designed up was this, the shoulders, the carapace here, and of course the shoulder pad. I get so many fucking compliments. Oh yeah, and this the cannons up here. I get so many
Yeah.
compliments on the kit, not the paint job. just the kit. That kit's so fucking cool. Where'd you get it? And I tell them all the time where I got it. I
Yeah, no,
love this
appreciate that.
fucking kit, and I love this dreadnought. We need to do another one because my army's going to be 6 dreadnoughts. So I need variants. So I did.
Yeah, we need to make it kind of cool.
Well, I did. I'm doing that one from the starter set. I don't remember, Ballistus or something like that.
Oh, right.
But I had like nothing I could do with it as far as like changing it up. And then the baby carrier, I'm doing the baby carrier one. But the pieces I had from the kit that we did, they didn't fit correctly. I started sanding it down, and I fucked it up completely. Just absolutely destroyed it. Yeah, well, I took too much material off. I didn't realize it was kind of a late night.
That kit was a little bit tricky. I find that it depends on either when I set up mine was a little bit different, or I set it up a little bit short or whatever. My measurements, everything fit great on mine, but I have had people have problems getting it to work. I found that I put those 2 little supports at the kind of the back that would kind of go up against the back. That was the one that was kind of holding stuff up. So I usually tell people just snip those in the back, and it should fit pretty good. But yeah, you know how kits are. All it takes is a little bit of gluing it just a little bit cattywampus, and then all of a sudden it doesn't quite fit. So I try to keep it a wide enough berth, but yeah, it is.
Well, that was my fault. I just took so much material off, it just would not. It didn't look right. There was like a gap that was easily 1/8 of an inch, and I was like, no, that doesn't. So the next one I do,
that's the other
that kit on there.
That after I did that, I'd already made like 14 different variations, and I'm like,
yeah,
going back and fixing all 14 would be
right.
Quite the because there's other. I mean, I sell quite a bit of those as well, and I get like 1 out of 4 that that people are having problems with. I'm like,
yeah,
is it?
Well, with 3D printing, no, I mean with 3D printing, there's going to be variances. Going to be. It's just going to happen. But I'm doing those dreads, and I've got a few inventory I need to do. So I'm going to bug you about the mechanical legs and arms again. Just one time.
Yeah, no, I know.
I know you're not designing right now, so don't take that.
I have parts of it. I've been working with a couple different artists too, to kind of fill in some of my capability. Again, I'm not a trained 3D artist. I did graphic arts as my full-time gig.
Right.
So I'm a 2D artist trying to figure out 3D. So that's not really. I'm not schooled in it as well as some other people. So I've been taking advantage of some other artists who have the skills. And I did submit. I did commission one guy, and I haven't gotten his stuff back yet. I'm glad you mentioned that too, because it should have something soon.
Do you ever talk to Chad Taylor, Chocolate Gore Bloodbeard, over at Dice Head?
No, I don't think
he did a lot of stuff with Robin Kenny.
Gotcha.
He just got his degree in 3D sculpting, and he's trying to get his foot in the door at places. He just did a bunch of shit with Army Painter. Nice. I guess his company is called 3D Spectra Works. But
okay,
should talk to him. I'm sure he'd be happy to do some work.
Again, I work with a lot of artists, and I just started doing a profit sharing with them. I found that, like I said, for a while, I was paying for like a license for a certain amount of time.
Right.
And sometimes it was good or bad for one of us. Either, I pay too much for the artist and don't sell anything, or I don't pay that much to the artist and I make a boatload. So, so I kind of got out of doing that. Now I'm doing it where I'm, I give them a percentage of the profit from the stuff. So,
hell yeah.
I take a portion to cover my expenses for the running the site and all the other stuff I have to do, plus a little bit of profit for myself, and then give the rest to the artist. And that works great because that way the stuff that is making good, selling good stuff, and they also get a report of how much is selling, and I think it just works out better. And I just pay them out quarterly instead of before I just did it once a year, so. And
Yep.
I always
Yep.
said every time that came up, that I have to decide, well, do I want to renew it for another year? Did I make any money at it? And then you try to tell an artist like, yeah, dude, I like sell like 2 of them, and they're like, well, how do you know you're giving me the right information? I'm like, all I can do is tell you exactly what I got. So at
I've
least
got the
going it through the
reports,
year,
and that's
it's
about
a
it.
little bit, yeah, they can see it a little bit better as it's going. But
Yeah. Well, cool. I hope things are back to normal soon because I love your shit, and I know a lot of my viewers love your shit. So hopefully it gets
yeah, no,
back
like I said,
to normal
I
for you.
do. It sounds kind of doom and gloom, but actually, things are going really good now. It's just a matter of kind of getting
Excellent.
everything reestablished, and that way I can go away for a weekend and not worry about. Well, we got to hold up these 4 orders because we don't have the files, and how people
Right.
don't really like to, have to wait.
Oh God, dude, I was just a part of a Kickstarter, my first ever Kickstarter. I didn't do it yet. I work for Game Envy, the hobby holder and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm their community manager, so like I run their social media and their sponsored team and all that shit.
Gotcha.
And they credited me on the Kickstarter this time, and so I'm getting emails every morning, just angry. It's been 12 hours since fulfillment day. Where's my shit? And I'm like, good lord, people, you are absolutely ridiculous with your expectations. Like,
oh my God,
literally, just losing their minds over. One guy, he freaking wrote the riot act because he's like, it is fulfillment day and I do not have my stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, calm down. He's like, I'm going to tell the whole world about this. Your business is ruined, blah, 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 blah. Oh boy. Like, thank God I don't deal with that end of the business because I would lose my job.
Yeah, no, there's times I get that from customers. I do believe people think that my stuff is like, just off the shelf. And I'm like Amazon, because there are people like, well, I ordered on Monday and it's Wednesday. Where's my stuff? And I'm like, it's still in production. We're still printing it.
I put a disclaimer right on my shit. Let me see, because I do licensing with Epic Duck Studios. He does rubber duckies. Where's my button? There it is. But I put a disclaimer right on that shit. It's like, this is gonna take 3 to 5 business days to ship, because I don't want to be in that position.
It literally says, I set up a thing where people have to actually click on, hey, I've read the rules. I read the checkbox, because I have it in the corner of the checkbox when you check out. You have to physically do that. Then as soon as you get the orders through, it tells you everything. Hey, it's going to take a little bit of time until it gets printed. Your order's now set because now things are entered into a production stream. Stuff's printed just for you, so it's not like, we can just cancel it and put it back on the shelf. We can't put the resin back in the bottle. You know what I mean? So it's a whole, and yet it still I still get people that just don't read. They don't look at it. They don't take the time to realize what they're doing. So
I put it literally. I don't know if you see my screen or not, but I put it on the first freaking sentence. These are 3D printed to order. Allow 2 to 3 extra days. Thankfully, I haven't had any issues yet, but I know the day.
When I look at the vast number of orders I get and the times that happens, I'm talking. We're into the very under 1% of those orders that people, have that happen. But it is one of those things that you start the day on a Monday with where's my order? I ordered on Saturday, or hey, can I cancel that order? And I'm like, no, it's already in the production stream. So.
That's the other thing is, like, apparently we're 24-hour service, because I'll get messages at 2-3 in the morning, which I get it. You're settled down at the computer watching your YouTube videos, and oh shit, maybe I should pipe off this email. 90% of my emails are between the hours of 2 and 4 in the morning. I get that.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's Saturday and I'm getting inbox bombarded by people like, hey, where's this? What's that? Not like, I'm talking for other business related shit.
Yeah.
It's like, people don't take weekends off anymore. We 24/7, like.
Yeah,
it's kind of bizarre to me.
I got to be kind of strict about it as well. Same thing, because people do the same thing. Well, I texted you first thing as soon as I finished the order. There's no way it can be printed. And I'm like, okay, it's Saturday. I was away with my kids. we were doing something. I didn't get back in till late Sunday. I didn't check my emails, and now it's Monday.
Yep.
Maybe I could have stopped it on Saturday if I really could, but I just can't. Because if I offer to the person once when I could actually do it, well, then they're going to expect it every time. And then they're like,
Every
well,
time.
he stopped it for me. And I'm like, you got to draw a line because life is, I'm one guy doing this, really. Other than my
Exactly.
printer, they're the guys that print and put together, but they're also, 6 hours away from me. They're in another country, and I got to deal with, kind of waiting till they're there, and whether or not I could even get in touch with them to stop or switch an order and stuff like that. So it's
Right.
but they have been great with. They'll notice too if there's, because I get a lot of this. I don't know if you get it as well, where somebody will have two orders within like a day or two of one another. Either they forgot something or want to add something or whatever. But these guys have been doing a really good job as far as identifying that. They will group them together, contact the customer, and say, "Hey, listen, we saw that we have two orders going in the same place. We're going to put them in one box." And I instructed them to just submit a refund for that. Now, again, it comes down to them just catching it. And sometimes, people will ask me about it or that type of thing, and I'll send an alert and stuff like that. But again, I can't make it all the time because again, it's people looking at it. It's not necessarily a computer identifying it right away. So
Right.
we just hope that people understand that sometimes we can catch it, sometimes we can't. But when we can, we do what we can to kind of reduce that cost for somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's I mean, I shop on Amazon all the time, but as a retailer myself, it's tough because like given any given Saturday, I'm not home. I promise you, I am on the ocean or in the woods somewhere. I'm not home. That's my time to go kill stuff. So I'm doing that because that's my break. That's like, and I'll get messages or I'll get on Monday morning, just like you said, hey, I ordered Saturday and I don't have tracking. Well, I'm not exactly in the office doing anything on a Saturday. I'm sorry. I got to do other things to keep myself sane, but it is what it is,
Again, most people are pretty understanding. Like I said, we're talking
100%.
people.
Very. It's the vocal few, just like Facebook. People on Facebook are miserable. Well, are they miserable or is it just the vocal few?
Yeah. Again, it's a situation where I try to treat people as much as I like to be treated. You know what I mean? I do the best I can, even to the chagrin of some of some other people that I know. I'm like, I'll offer, some stuff, and I give people a benefit of the doubt. But when you get,
Yeah,
you see proof that it's been delivered and all that kind of stuff. Like, you sure it's not around your house somewhere? It's not a neighbor's place. Can you check or something? I do my best, but at a certain point, I'm like, well, I got to take them at face value that it's been, it wasn't delivered or whatever, and I try to make good on making sure that somebody gets it. But people like to take advantage of that as much as they can.
dude, I got burnt by that once so bad. So I sell AK Interactive paints on my website, and I used to sell this giant, like, it looked like a spy suitcase, like that stainless steel, It had every paint in the line, and I sold it for about $950. It cost me around $780 or $820, somewhere like there. I barely made $100. But it was order, like, you buy it from me, I have to order it because I don't just have fucking $1,000 suitcases laying around in my storage.
Right.
So this cat orders it from me, and I immediately call my supplier and order. So the supplier takes my money, sends and puts the order in because now my supplier doesn't even carry them. They order them directly from AK. I've sold a dozen of these things. I've never had a hiccup once. Within a week, it shows up at my door from fucking Spain. And this kid orders, let's say he orders it on a Saturday. On Thursday, he's canceled the order. He's reported me to Shopify, and my account is locked because of stealing his money.
Yeah.
I'm dude, I'm sitting here. I've spent your money to buy the product. I've
Yeah.
lost every bit of it. I can't get it back. My wholesaler won't refund me because
Right.
it's in transit. This motherfucker takes me to Shopify Court or whatever. Shopify locks my entire thing up. I pay out of pocket the like $800 that I gotta pay him back to make the difference. Shopify still has my shit closed down for like 2 weeks. And it's like, homeboy didn't even wait. It says right in the description of the product, which I will not sell them anymore.
Yeah.
But it said right
I
in the product description, 4 to 6 additional weeks for processing from overseas. I show that to Shopify and they're like, he never got his product. I'm like, it hasn't even been 4 to 6 weeks yet. Like, he hasn't
Yeah,
gotten his
no,
product.
that happened to
Pay
me.
him back.
If I had a nickel, I'd probably have, well, probably like $30, but still, that's a lot of same kind of situations where people will get upset and they'll cancel an order, and then when they'll challenge that that chargeback thing,
Mm-hmm.
and again, sometimes they do that before it's even done printing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so, well, then you can't produce a mailing document because it hasn't shipped yet. You know what I mean? So
Right.
then you lose the case immediately because there's no shipping thing. And I'm like, it's been 3 freaking days. It's been.
And then you try to call customer service and they don't have a customer service number.
Yeah, and it's been crazy. Well, again, that whole situation happened in July when Shapeways went down. They
Yeah.
just decided, hey, we just closed their doors. And I took money from people for stuff they weren't going to print. They took money from me because as soon as there's how it used to be, as soon as an order came through, they got paid. They charged my credit card so that the order would get through. So
Right.
I paid for all these orders. They had a ton of orders that they already had that they were in various stages of being printed or shipped. And they locked the doors. They were done. And I'm left holding the bag on what was it, around $8,000 worth of different orders, and people upset, and yeah, it was a nightmare. So,
I'm surprised that they closed. Like, I thought they were one of the biggest out there.
well, it's definitely a situation when it was just Shapeways, when they actually cared about what they were doing, when they were a private company, they were fine. The problem is they got bought by a New York uh, chop shop is what I'm gonna call
Yeah.
it. You know what I mean? They propped it up, gave them a lot of money. They were, we're not getting enough profit anymore, so we're gonna. They don't care. They didn't care for a number of months. It was, and even the last year or so. What I mean? They were just trying to milk it for as much as they could, not really doing anything about it.
That's a shame.
And it's like I said, it's proof to see like where it's at now. I mean, the guys that were left from the company over in Eindhoven in the Netherlands, they saved it. They again in the Netherlands, you can't just close the door and lock people out of their job.
Right.
So they had like a couple weeks worth of being able to still get some stuff out. And to their credit, there was a bunch of people there that actually fulfilled some of the orders, or I would have been freaking destitute.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
I was really happy that they did, and they did that out of their own kindness. And I mean that I ended up having to pay for the shipping, but other than that, they at least fulfilled those orders, and that's
Right.
yeah, it's a lot of money of stuff that not only did I take a hit on, I'd have to pay people back. So I'm paying twice for these
Right.
orders. You know what I mean? So I was really glad that they did that. But yeah, they were able to. I guess a judge over there gave them the right to reopen. They were going to come reopen under a different name, but now it's the same name, which really kind of burns me a little bit. They burned
Yeah.
me hard. And the crazy thing about that whole bankruptcy thing is, and this is like I said, another reason I'm really losing faith in this country, is the bankruptcy pays back the investors
Right.
and the people who got screwed. We're never going to see a dime. I mean,
Nope.
we're gonna. I mean, I submitted all the stuff, but and now they're able to just open back up and under the same name, and everything's fine. Come buy our stuff. I'm like, it burns. It burns a lot. I mean, when you get burned like that, and then they don't. There's nobody there that the people drove them into the ground, walked away with tons of money, and the only people that get paid back are the investors that they were making money for. So,
That's
in
horseshit.
fact, even my current printer was one of their overflow printers,
Mm,
and he lost, like, I think he said it was like $14,000 during that time period. That he's submitted all his claims, but I mean, it. Yeah, he's hoping he'll get something back out of it, but it's going to be a small portion of whatever he's owed. So,
right.
um, but yeah, that's the sad part. The people who actually care, who are actually doing this stuff. Um, I don't think the people and the businesses are the problem. It's the people who invest in these companies and that kind of stuff, that their only objective is to make money and not really
Right.
care about actually making it. They don't care about making the stuff. They just worry about making money, and they could care less whether there's customer service or if there's the stuff is done right or whatever. So it's yeah, it's sad to see that. So but hey,
Corporate mentality, man.
yeah. Again, I when I started this, I had no idea I was going to be at this. I did this as a hobby, you know what I mean? I had no idea it was going to
Right.
be my full time gig. So it wasn't like I started out going, okay, well, I'm going to set myself up for the future. I'm like, I hope I make enough money to buy my own nerd stuff that my wife won't yell at me the next time
Right.
I buy
That's what I'm saying.
box of Marines or whatever it was. That was my
That's
whole
what I'm
goal.
saying. Nivik said the same thing happened to the small tattoo industry suppliers. People buy them out. They invest in them. They realize, oh shit, there's not very much money in tattoo equipment, and then poof. And then people like Nivik, he's my moderator. He owns a tattoo shop up in Kitchener, Ontario. Those are the people you're hurting by doing shit like that. You're not. That's my biggest issue with like corporate America is there is no there's no discernment for who it's going to actually affect. That's you and me, the working man.
Again, what I don't understand is why people, when you really look at what capitalism is, it's people who've talked other people into giving money for them to buy capital to let them do the work. You know what I mean? So in other words, they're not actually even putting their own money on the table to do it. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't know about you, but I've never taken a loan to do my job or to do what I do. I figure if I can't
No.
make enough money with what I do, I don't deserve to get somebody else's money to do it. You know what I mean? So I think the whole system is kind of a weird way of
I don't know,
thinking.
when you're passionate about something, I get it. Like there was a moment where I almost took an investor's money for Opinion Duff last year,
Yeah.
just to restock my fucking shelves because I couldn't afford to restock anything. I'm glad I didn't, but having that opportunity to potentially do that would have been a game changer. Who knows? The thing about it is like at a certain level, I agree with it, but at a lower level, I'm so glad I didn't do it because I
Yeah, I
might
mean,
be handcuffed right now.
right. No, I'm with you. I've had a couple of different opportunities for the same kind of thing. And you look at it going, okay, well, this could buy me down the road. This could get things going. And there's times, again, I'm sure that there's times that it works out for people. But all those things always come with strings attached. Well, now
Oh
somebody
yeah,
has something over you that now you have to do something their way. And it may be contrary to what you want to do. So
yeah,
it's always been that like break point for me. If you lose control, that if I'm trying to do something the way I want to do it, um, yeah, I'd rather just make or break on my own course than to try to or find a different way around. You know what I mean? Try to find another way of doing it without having to take on that risk because you know there's plenty of other risk in my life every
oh yeah,
day.
oh yeah,
So the last thing
dude.
I want to do is add one more level of uncertainty in my life.
Right into that. That's why I took the job with Game Envy. It's like I don't know how I could stay afloat if I don't figure out how to get back to making money. I was
Yeah,
transparent with my viewers a couple of weeks ago about it. It's like I went from making two, three, $4,000 a month doing this to two, three, $400.
yeah.
Like
No, I know that
without
feeling.
teaching at conventions, I've got nothing. If it
Yeah,
weren't for conventions, I'd have to go back to the regular workforce. And to the matter of fact, my wife is working on my resume so that I can potentially get a legitimate part-time job. Because it's like
yeah,
it's just tough. And if I had taken that money from it was a viewer nonetheless. I don't want to be in debt to a viewer, you know.
Yeah.
But if I had taken that money, would I be saying that? Or it's a 50-50, you know, it's a coin flip,
Right.
especially right now with the economy the way it is. Sure, I've got stock, but do I have customers that are going to buy it? That's the
Right.
problem.
Exactly. That's one thing I've always liked about my system here is I don't have to put myself at risk buying stuff ahead of time to hope somebody's going to buy it. My stuff's only getting made when somebody actually orders it, so I'm never, behind the game with it, if you know what I
Right.
mean. So that's always been the, the I don't know how to put it, but other than that's been the incentive for me is okay. Well, this is going to make it work if I can do it this way because trying to do it the other way around, definitely, you know, put yourself like because
Oh
you
yeah.
know how it is. Like things can change really quick. You know what I mean? Somebody all of a sudden,
Exactly.
there's enough other stuff going on in your life, and hobby stuff gets taken out. It's not like I'm providing, you know, eggs and bacon for people. It's not like they're things that they're making that they really need every day. It's stuff that it's hobby stuff that when there's disposable income, there's a market for it. But when that dries up, there's not much incentive to keep it going. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, I am providing eggs for people. Not bacon
That's good.
yet, but I do have a fuckload of chickens and we sell a lot of eggs, but
There you go.
maybe one day. I've been working trying to really get the farm stuff working for us. That's my goal. Within 5 years of living in this house, and we've been here a year now, I want this house to make me 80% self-sufficient, and I want to be able to basically pay for itself. So I've
Yeah.
got my animals. We this is a completely different tangent, but we have rabbits we breed for meat, and
Oh
we
yeah.
could sell those rabbits too. And I couldn't believe how much some of these rabbits are actually sell for. There's a breed of rabbits my wife wants to get that you can sell one fucking rabbit for $1,200.
Holy
Like
shit.
for a rabbit, what the
Yeah.
fuck? And I'm like, yeah, that's great. Well, one of our meat rabbits is slated to give birth today, and she had her last litter of babies, which was only two. She had those still in the cage with her. They're like weeks old or something, so they're more than ready to go off on their own. We're trying to sell them, so we packed them up and took them to the local farm swap that happens every weekend to try and sell them this past weekend. Well, when we took them out, we put her nest box in, and we come home and she had babies. Well, we were gone.
Oh wow.
Unfortunately, all four of them died because they were all premature and misformed,
Yeah.
whatever. But it's like that's $160 out the door if I sell them because I can sell those rabbits for $40 a piece.
Yeah.
That sucks. You know, we put resources into that animal and feeding her and making sure that her pregnancy is good and all that. Boom, $160. I promise you, I got more than $160 in feed on that animal. So it's like we're
Yeah.
working on trying to figure it all out. We got some plants from a friend, and it all goes back to this business. It's like you're doing what you can to keep your head afloat. Essentially, you're
Yeah.
doing whatever you can to make sure, and that's why I took the Game Envy job. You know, I get a salary. It's not an hourly. I get this much per week, and it's not much, but he doesn't ask much of me. You know, so
Right. 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 No.
you just got to do what you got to do until the ebbs and flows of the economy go up again.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Without a doubt. I mean, that was the same way. Even when I worked as a graphic designer, and I've been actually kind of like self-employed for most of my adult life. So I know that
Right.
feeling where there's times things are going great and everything's going
Oh
fine
yeah.
and there's no worries, and then the economy changes and it doesn't hurt the people on top; it hurts everybody below it. Yeah, I mean, so all of a
Yeah.
sudden, now people aren't buying ads and they're not looking for logos, and everything goes downhill,
Yes, sir.
and you got to take whatever kind of job you can get. You know what I mean, to kind of keep the lights on. So
Yeah. Well, I've always known as a content creator, like this is a luxury spend, not a necessity. So a
yeah,
lot of people at least in my industry, they know like times are tough. We're gonna be the canary in the coal mine, and a lot of people don't realize we start suffering a year before you guys start suffering.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
um,
we start
but
seeing it pretty early.
yeah, I'm grateful for the flush times as well as the
Yeah.
downtimes. Downtimes help me kind of reevaluate shit and figure out what I should change or not change. I had, um, are you familiar with Mini Wargaming?
Oh yeah.
So Josh from Mini Wargaming is a really dear friend of mine. He was here this week for he stayed for a week at my house last week, and it wasn't really business, but of course, me being me, I took a little advantage of it, and I'm picking his brain and getting some like
Right.
YouTube help and whatnot, and just having that resource of a friend that you can talk candidly with and not worry about like, am I stepping on toes? Am I going to piss this person off? Or are they going to think that I'm just talking to them to take advantage of their knowledge or their viewership or whatever? He sat down with me. We went over my hunting and fishing YouTube channel and my Floridian. Everybody subscribe. He like going over my videos and giving me pointers and shit and like telling me this is what you should be focusing on. Your editing is shit. You need to like try this out, do that. And sat down and we watched about 2 hours worth of just going to different creators randomly and watching their videos and seeing if they did these like algorithmic peaking things like an intro that tells you what the video is about in a minute or less and hypes you up at the same time. It was just shit that I'd never thought would be I never would have considered it. And the fact that I'm in the position I'm in now, like having to ask for help, I probably wouldn't have learned that if I wasn't in the position of a downtime. So it's like, yeah, the downtimes suck, but the downtimes also create a stronger platform.
Yeah, it does give you a little bit of extra elbow room in regards of trying to figure stuff out or doing
Yep.
things different. Yeah, when you're down and dirty, everything's running fine. You're not thinking about it. And
Yes,
in
sir.
essence, that's really when the good times is when you really need to be focused on, what's going to happen the next downtime. You know what I mean? That's the hardest part because when it's going well, you think, oh, great, this is happening like this every day for the rest of my life.
Yeah. It's about
And then when it goes the other way, you're like, I'm never going to make another dollar again.
right. And I feel like it's an every 5 years cycle. And Nivik says exactly he knows because, like I said, he owns a tattoo shop. People aren't getting tattoos in times of slenderness, if you will. But it's like my wife and I, we started the process of moving to Florida, buying this land and building this house 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago. Um, and we were doing good. Life was good. Like, you had no worries. But then as soon as we moved down here, that's when the economy started taking a shit, and now we're like, oh fuck, our our mortgage is way more than it was back home. What are we doing? And we got to really be careful with how we spend. That's bizarre to us because the last 5 years before that we were flush. So it is what it is, you know. It's just an ebbs and flows. It's valleys and peaks, and that's how content creation is, and that's how everything.
How do you handle your like health insurance and stuff like that? Do you have?
So
Is your
she
wife
has a real job. She's the
okay?
she's the breadwinner, like by a fucking landslide. She's the breadwinner. She busts her ass, and she has really good health insurance. So Ryan and I are covered under her insurance, thankfully.
And I got to buy my own, and that's
Yeah, if I had to buy my
so. I
own, it
think
would not be
everybody
cool.
should do it once. Have to buy their own insurance and realize what kind of shit show that is.
Oh, I've done
Because
it.
you don't think about it when you just get it with your thing. But man, it's definitely my dominant. That's where all my money goes, and I don't have a luxury health plan. I still got to pay $80 every time I go to the doctor's office.
Damn.
I pay nearly $2,000 a month, and it's just me, my wife, and my daughter. Um, it's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. Like when you look at those types of things, and it goes up by $200 every year.
Right.
So
isn't that funny how that works?
Yeah.
You're buying insurance, but hey, also nothing happened this year, so you actually didn't need your insurance, but we're gonna increase it.
Yeah, well, I mean, even still, like, so my wife she had her gallbladder taken out about a month ago, and so that maxed out all of our deductibles.
Right.
But that's $14,000 that I have to pay
out of
on
pocket.
Top of 2,000. Oh yeah. So all it is like I put it on it would just keep having to, I have a payment plan with the hospital, and so not only is it, and hell, I'm still paying off I had kidney stones a couple years ago. I'm still paying on that operation. So it's I and her work, they don't offer insurance because they're a small enough shop. So, yeah, like I said, the way things are headed, I'm really looking to get out of the country to find another solution, because if it goes back to the way it was, I don't have it even an option. So that's the biggest thing. My worry is right now is that, because again, you don't think about that until you need it, and the sad part about it is when you need it, it's more expensive. That's the worst thing about it. You walk in the doctor's office in an emergency room, and I took my wife in the day after. It was the day after I got back from my family hunting camp, which is that Monday after Thanksgiving, and we had to go to the emergency room. And the first fucking thing out of their mouth was, "How are you paying for this? Not what's wrong with you. Nope. How can we help you? It's how you
have
pay
insurance."
For it." I wanted to punch the lady across the face. I'm like, "Can we deal with my wife first?" Well, I guess I shouldn't say it that way. My wife got in ahead of time, so I parked the car and walked in. But that's the first thing she said to me. So it was one of those situations like, yeah, motherfucker, I'm gonna pay you. Can you help my wife? You know what I mean?
What are they gonna do? Are they gonna refuse service if you don't have insurance? Like, do they kick you out? I've never been in that position. Okay, thank God.
Would you? This is the interesting part, because before let's say just called Obamacare. Before that, I couldn't get insurance, so I had to pay everything out of pocket and stuff like that. And it's amazing how much cheaper things are when you have to pay out of pocket. Because now all of a sudden, that $120 office visit, if you're paying out of pocket, we can offer that at I think it was $100. And if you paid it today with a credit card, we can make it $90 or $80. So it went from $120 on insurance down to $100 out of pocket if you're paying, because if you don't have an insurance. And then if you pay today with a credit card, it's even cheaper. So I'm like, what in the fuck? What is going on here? It doesn't make any sense.
Nuts, man.
Yeah. Well, why don't you just charge that to the insurance company? Then maybe will charge us so goddamn much. But yeah, it's all the whole system's messed up. So
yes, sir.
So yeah, that's what really scares me, because again, I'm not a young person anymore. My life is going to be much more of this kind of crap. So yeah, that's my biggest scare, is kind of covering that. I tell you what, I really apologize, man. We got into the weeds. I forgot.
You're fine, homie. If there was an issue, I would have spoke up. Oh no.
So anyway, yeah, I'm making some cool shit nowadays.
Check out the toys. It's all good, man.
Yeah, but no, actually, what I've been doing lately to get back into that kind of stuff, I have been getting a lot of my products into the new monkey resin material, which is really dropping the price on a lot of the stuff that used to, like I said, when I had to do it before, I used what was called it's called multi-jet printing, which is really good to get really nice quality printing, because there's no supports to it. It gets supported in like this wax material. Yeah. So there's not like in the regular film, or not filament printing, but resin printing. They build that little structure to support it so it gets printed. Where in that it doesn't. But the problem is it's more expensive, which is still great for small pieces, but bigger pieces like shields and backpacks and even vehicle parts, that kind of stuff, get pricey because obviously it's more material, and this technology is more, it's better for those reasons. It's a lot smoother and all that kind of thing. Yeah. So but yeah, the quality I'm getting out of this new resin printer that they have and the new material they have, it's really looking great. And I'm not sure what the manufacturer it is. I'm not gonna say I'm looking at the exact same. Saturnine Blight Shroud Terminator had a sample that I got here, but I mean, it
Right.
really looks like it was almost injector molding after it comes off of the supports. So there's a couple
That's
little
awesome.
spots you got to kind of remove, and I ship it with it on the supports still, mainly because I don't want to have any parts loose in case, when they're removing it from the supports to ship it, because they offered that. And I'm saying, well, I'd prefer that everything stays together and they can put it,
Yeah.
wrap it, and help support it a little bit, make sure all the parts are still there. I mean, they're a great job and they do good at all the work they've done. But it's not hard for somebody, especially all these little parts that these come with, is all of a sudden, there's one, uh, you know, little what do they call it, like the little chem spouter or whatever, little plague spewer that's on the one hand that it's a small part, and if it's not included, you can't make a full part, but it could be easily missed, if they're removing it. So that was kind of one of the main reasons I just told them to keep it on the sprue. Not to mention it is a little cheaper, so there's one less like hand processing thing they have to do.
Yep.
But yeah, with it looking as good as it is, I'm applying a lot of my other products that were a little bit pricier. Like some of my jetpacks were like, you really couldn't really get a squat of them. They were like, I think they were like 40 or $50 for 5 of them. And even when I did it, I'm like, nobody's going to buy these, because they were too pricey. I don't think it's quite that bad. I don't think I made them that high, but $30 or whatever it was, it was still higher than they should have been.
Right.
Now I'm getting them down to like, a pack of 5 is like $20,
Okay.
or 15. I forget. I probably should look, but then a pack of, which is crazy, is the way this works is sometimes the more products you put in it, the cheaper it can be per piece because everything kind of gets
Makes
printed
it
together.
worthwhile. Yeah.
So the cost of it for like 5 of them and 10 of them are almost the same price, if you know what I mean, just a little bit more expensive. So I'm able to actually bring, some of the costs of some of those kits way down. So that's been my biggest thing right now is trying to go through all of that stuff. And like I said, my files from before were never set up for that material. So I have to kind of go through and remake some stuff for those elements. But in the long run, obviously you're going to see a lot more of those products be, obviously much more cost effective and, give it a better reason to give it a shot. If you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah. No, and people don't realize you're not printing in house, so of course that's going to jack up the prices.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, somebody made mention of how cheap my ducks are, and I'm like, well, one, I'm not like trying to retire on 3D printing. That's just extra money for the till.
Yeah.
And somebody else is like, well, how come you don't have any other brands? I'm like, again, I'm not trying to retire on 3D printing. My buddy made really cool 40K rubber duckies, and I decided to buy the license for it. But it's a situation where I'm sitting here anyway. It takes me 15 minutes to put an order on a plate, and get it done. I don't have a network of people that I've got to convey, hey, there's an order. That person goes, hey, there's an order we need to do for Pop Goes the Monkey. Let's put it on the shit, and then they do their thing. You've got to pay them to do that. If you were doing it yourself, yeah, it might be a little cheaper, but in the long run, that's time you're spending.
I'd spend all day printing stuff. I'd spend all day getting stuff running. If the machine goes down, I got to get that up and running. If I need to get material, I mean, for me, it's not even, it's a no-brainer.
Yep.
And not to mention with the volume I do, I don't think I could keep pace with it personally. So
no,
it is much better.
That's what I was getting around
like,
to. Yeah. You have what, hundreds of orders sometimes in a week. I have 3 or 4. Like it's a whole different world.
I would average probably about 15 to 20 orders a day.
Yeah,
but that could be one
that's
item.
My month.
It could be 15 items. Yeah, I mean, so each order.
What's the meta? I don't know. What are we printing today?
Yeah,
we're printing a shitload of sanguinary.
I guess Death Watch is a big thing right now because I'm selling the crap out of Death Watch. Because I'll see the orders come in. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure what's going on with Death Watch, but man, it's getting, for me, it's right now the top seller.
I have no idea what the hell's going on with Death Watch. Maybe Kill Team or something, but
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I guess the what do they call it, the origin kit, or where they, the different chapters for the shoulder pads they've been selling quite a bit. Yeah, it's kind of funny. You look at it and you're like, okay, what's got people interested now of what they're buying?
couldn't tell you. What does Grace say? Being Canadian, I don't have this issue with how they have the pets. Pet care is expensive, but also somewhat dependent. Yeah, well, you're talking to the wrong person. For me, like, I love my pets. Don't get me wrong; they're second family members. But if there's something gravely wrong with my pet, and it's gonna cost me like 10 grand to save its life, sorry, buddy, you had a good life. That's me. I realize more people are I guess much more caring. Like, it's not that I'm not caring. I don't want to take away from. I just don't see pet healthcare as a priority. I see human healthcare as a priority. That's what I'm saying. I sound like such a penis, but that's what I'm saying. Death Watch might be popping off because they won a big tourney now. Did they win Cherokee or something? Maybe that's why you're getting so many.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I again, it's all over the place, as far as for what they're buying. But yeah, almost every order there's Death Watch this, or I guess Xenos Hunter is what I call them in my store. But
yeah.
So then you just kind of know, it's like, all right, well, that's kind of one of the reasons why I went in, and I just recently made the same kind of like impulsor kit that you put up there, for Death Watch, which is kind of nice. You have all that like insignia, or the writing and stuff on the front plate of your rhinos and your impulsors and that kind of stuff. So they've been selling pretty good too. So,
Death Watch won Elvia.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what.
Anyways, I guess I ought to get back to work. But it was great talking to you, dude.
Absolutely.
I'm really sad I'm not gonna be able to make it to Adepticon. I actually was even trying to. I was looking at trying to get out for just maybe come out for the weekend type thing, and I think I couldn't get a hotel room in the whole area around there. So it sounds like it's going to be a poppin' event, and
that'll be great, man. This is the first year my classes haven't sold out, but I mean I'm only 6 seats short, so I was kind of worried about attendance. But if they sold out all of those hotels, that tells me there's going to be tons of people.
Because right around the time when all that stuff when I needed to get all my stuff order, because I was planning on just going out and attending and not necessarily exhibiting this year.
Right.
It was around the time that whole stuff with Shapeways happened. So I remember I wasn't able to get the hotel rooms right when they got released and that kind of stuff. So I know I was way behind the times when I was trying to get out there. And then when I was finally decided to kind of like, let's see if I can get in a hotel somewhere, it was like, yeah, I can't get in there.
Yeah.
Without going way far away.
Too. Yeah, that's a bummer, man.
Yeah. So like I said, I'll try to be more prepared for next year. Hopefully I can get back on the exhibit floor.
Oh, I'm sure they'll get you in. I'm sure of it. Some
photos. I'm anxious to see how they have it laid out there. And I kind of had gotten a pretty regular spot there the last couple of years.
Yeah.
At the
that was a good
place,
spot,
so
too.
I'm anxious to see how the new place looks.
Well, apparently they're still doing hallway vendors because Elrix is going to be in the hallway. And I'm like, why? It's like, because I can be there 24/7 if I want. Get it?
Well, I mean, that's, again, and that's great if you have a staff. It was horrible for me.
He does. Yeah. He has staff.
I'm by myself at these events most of the time. So
right.
I had to just hope that nobody would, again, fortunately, our community is really good. I don't think there's many people that would really sit by seeing somebody steal stuff from somebody. But LVO, man, we had stuff stolen in behind a locked doors there. So, granted,
Dude,
I'm sure.
LVO, for whatever reason, somebody gets something stolen every year there. Caleb Weisenbach was bringing a piece for G-Dub. He like painted it for their reveal, and somebody fucking stole it at LVO. Like, what the fuck is wrong with LVO?
Yeah, I don't understand that we pay for that room to be locked, and I'm positive that the people that are stealing there are either people on staff there or somehow they get through somewhere. I don't understand it because like when the stuff got stole the year I was there, I had a T-shirt, one of my T-shirts I had up there. So it was a fat guy T-shirt stolen, and all the change out of my change drawer, not the dollar bills, just all the change,
Yeah.
and a candy bar. And as soon as I walked in the door and they say, "Listen, check your booth because people had stuff stolen," I had Kenny's models I borrowed that he painted up in my booth. I had some of the other stuff that I commissioned to him to paint. I'm thinking, oh fuck, I lost all that stuff. And I walk in, that's the stuff that's stolen. I'm like, okay, well, this is definitely not a gamer. It's
No.
not somebody, if they were looking for stuff, they would have definitely gone after some different items.
That's just a regular breed scumbag, not a gamer scumbag. Yeah. No, that sucks, man. I know, I don't know if it's announced yet or not, but I know that LVO is no longer going to be at the Rio, and that'll help big.
Yeah, well, I think I told him the last time I was there, like it's just a fiasco checking in. The last time I was there was nuts. They had like 2 elevators running at the time.
Yeah,
everybody coming in, and you're just waiting in line for a freaking elevator. And of all the elevators, they only had 2 of them. I mean, and everybody was on the same freaking floor. So you're just like, this is ridiculous. This makes no sense. And I told him, I said, I'm never coming back here until you guys find another location. And I know that they had a contract, but until that's done, I have no desire to come back out here. Because where was it at before?
That's this year.
What's the block? It was
Bellagio.
It was right there on the strip, and that was great. I loved it there. So, but yeah, and the first time I brought my wife out was there. We were like, well, I guess we could get a taxi over there to the
right.
strip. I promised her a lot of like, let's check out stuff, and God, we were so tired every night. We barely did anything. We went up to the room and just crashed. It's amazing how exhausting just sitting around talking to people can be.
Well, we showed up on Tuesday so that we could get our touristy bullshit done. My buddy from Sweden flies in, and we hang out with him, and we do things and do the Vegas stuff, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday we game, and basically game and die, game and die, game and die, and then fly home.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing too, especially with exhibiting. You don't get a chance to play anything. So I get kind of you can see it all happening around you, and you're like, God, I like to go play, but you're also like, well, I guess I got to be here to talk to people.
Yep.
So yeah, it gets. I enjoyed it. Because like I said, you end up seeing the same people a lot. You get to reconnect with people, and so there's going to be a lot of people that I'm going to miss not seeing out there. Because it's funny how, like, you only see them once a year, but man, as soon as they walk by, I'm like, I recognize that person. I remember talking to him before. Or they'll come right up to you. Hey, man, you remember talking about this? And it takes you a minute to be like, oh, yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah. I am the king of I don't remember your name, but I do remember talking to you.
Yeah, I'll never forget people's faces, but boy, the names are gone in seconds.
Oh, yeah. Same. I mean, I do Adepticon, Gen Con. I run Origins, miniature painting events at Origins. I do 3 cruises. I added on this. I'm doing 8 events a year. How the hell am I going to remember everyone? There are times where like students walk into the classroom, I'm like, where do I know you from? Well, I took your class at this convention 3-4 months ago. That's it. I remember you, but I don't remember your name.
Yeah. That guy. I wish I was. There's people that can do that, but man, I've always tried to. You try to figure out how to put it in there, but man, it just my brain again. I guess I credit the fact that at least you know, that you can recognize something like, okay, I know who you are. And thank God for words like, hey, dude, man, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah.
Without having those words, boy, you're a hard time.
Have you met my cousin? I'll wait for them to introduce themselves. Yes, sir. I know all about that.
All right, man. Well, hey, I guess I got to get going here. I really
All
love
right.
talking to you, and I apologize for
Same.
disrupting your stream.
No,
I was just
shut up. You're not disrupting. Shut up.
gotcha. Well, it was very nice to catch up with you again, and hopefully it will. I won't wait so long. And like I said, when you're ready to get started on that, uh, you know, Medusa stuff, give me till about June, July, somewhere in there. Until I hope I got most of my stuff caught up by then. That actually
That's fine.
dig into doing some construction work. But in the meantime, I'll start thinking about it and seeing what I can
Cool.
do to update that kit and you know, come up with something cool for the next one.
Don't prioritize it. Convention season starts in 10 days for me, and I'm on the road for 6 months. So don't prioritize it. Don't worry.
All right, man. Hey, take it easy, buddy.
Yep. You too. And that was Matt, the owner of Pop Goes the Monkey. In my opinion, some of the best. That's your Pepperidge Farms remembers. All right, now we got to figure out how to not have the music. And I'm going to do this, and hopefully it's going to work. I don't work. Can y'all hear the music or no? Well, I guess it's kind of quiet right I don't think you can. No music. Sweet. Hit it. I'm in my face. And I feel a booger hanging. You guys see it? Over here? I should probably go get a drink. Try to blow my nose. Let me catch up on chat a little. For pet care, there's definitely an economic level there, which might be different for different. Probably at a similar level as you. So, like, well, I don't want to offend anyone. Because I have no personal opinion on what you choose to do with your animals. And, like, if you choose to spend exorbitant amounts of money to save your animal, that's cool. That respect. I will not. I will belittle and make fun of and chastise you to no end for dressing your dog up in a tutu and shit. But I will not chastise you for saving and doing what you can for a loved one. There's no chastising, no negativity. I just personally, if the doctor comes to me and is like, your dog has this lung issue, we have to cut off half of its lung, it's going to cost $12,000. Sorry, but no. That's just me. And this is coming from a man who spent 3 weeks sobbing in the middle of the night over having to put his cat down. Right? Like, it's not a compassion thing. I love my animals. I love my chickens, for fuck's sake. Like, it's not fun. When I had to butcher a bunch of quail from our flock, and they're quail. They have no fucking personality or anything. Killing an animal is not fun. Do not enjoy it. Like, oh, but you're a hunter. Well, it's a completely different thing when it's not your animal. You know what I mean? So, like, I have no issues with anybody who wants to spend the money to save their pet, but for me, I don't know that price tag is worth it. Like, for an animal that is going to live for 12 to 15. That's just me. So, I hope that's clear that, like, I have no judgment whatsoever. My wife used, oh God, what's it called? Who are you and why are you driving down my road? Care Credit was like a credit card for animals and going to the, I almost said dentist, the vet. If you want to do that, that's cool, man. Do it. For me personally, if it's not hardcore, not gonna do it. Especially now, like I'm a farmer now. Our rabbit has had 3 litters, and this last litter was all stillborns, and she's only throwing small litters. So it's like she's great and all, but I'm gonna cull her because she's not producing food. Like the rabbits are food, and she's not producing food, so she has to get culled for a mouth that's gonna produce more babies. That's how it is. Am I gonna enjoy that? Fuck no. Hell no. It's not gonna be fun because she's cute, she has a name, she has a personality. Soft. She's a good mama. The babies that she has had, she is a good mama. But that's mouth I have to feed that's not giving me anything back. So it's a very farmer mentality. That is what it is. I have a limit of about 1 to 2,000. That's Canadian. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I had a cat, Mr. Meowgy. He had issues with his ears and stuff. If it's like a couple $100, $1,000, they got to do this, that, and the other. Yeah, do what you got to do. When we get to like $5,000 for kidney stones or some shit, no, that's it. Actually, killing something you formed a bond with is not the same as hunting. No, I agree, 100%. But I have a buddy. He's not a farmer. I mean, he worked on farms, but he told me last year, and he struggled real hard with this. But he told me last year he had to put his dog down. He took it out back, was giving it treats and like petting it, and he shot it in the back of the head. I could never do that. But he's like, that is the most merciful killing, or the most merciful thing he could do for a dog at the end of his days. The dog couldn't move. He was just laying in the corner taking shits and pisses on itself. Like it was at the end of its life. He's like, I could have took it to a doctor and scared the shit out of him, put him in this doctor's room. They inject him and he sits there and he dies with me there. Or I could be giving him treats, giving him pets, and pop him in the cat. And I'm like, there's no fucking way I could ever do that. Ever. But I have nothing but respect for you doing that and being able. I couldn't do it. Yeah, you guys were same boat. We lost our quail to the backyard. Hell no, I'd never recover. I couldn't do it. I going to the doctor and just standing next to my cat while they put him down, put the shot in. Like I'll never forget the reaction Mr. Miyagi had. Like they put the shot in. I'm like, how long is it gonna take? They're like, pretty much instantaneously. And he's sitting there like he's got his head up, but he's laying down. They put the shot in, and he goes like this, and that will never leave my brain. That is what I see when I feel guilty about putting my cat down. Is I see that like little movement that he did, and it breaks my heart every time. I hated it, and they're like, take all the time you want. I spent 20 minutes just with his dead body in a room sobbing. It sucked, and I never want to do that again. I don't want to do that. I don't want to shoot my pet. I don't want any part of it. I hate it. It's the worst part of owning animals. My mom just sent me a text. She got into diorama building. That's insane. Huh. That's nuts. When my Maine Coon goes, I'll probably lose my mind. Gonna be a grown man weeping. There ain't nothing wrong with grown men crying. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's just not fun. Who likes that? Raise your hand if you like it.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with
Shut
that.
the fuck up, Alexa. Yeah, I should probably explain 3 acres wooded backyard, and of course, goes onward into greater wilderness. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than. Shut up. Greater wilderness, so those quail are probably living the best lives, except for the one dog caught. Yeah, I'm in a similar situation. I live very rural. I live on 2.5 acres in the middle of the woods, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna stretch a little bit, hit the bathroom, and get a beverage. Be like 3-4 minutes tops, if that. Oh, also get rid of this booger that's driving me. Once I do that, then I'll come back. We'll start cutting in some metallics and details and whatnot. Cool. Be right back. Inky wanted to come say hi. Didn't you? This is Hank. Inky jumped from all the way at the highest cabinet. And I heard my dad had to come see him. Let go. Let go. Oh, he's giving me a hug. You say hi to everybody? Bring me this way. There. Look at the camera, you little turd. Look at him. Look at him. No? No. Okay. I put you down now. More pets. More pets. More pets. You go now. Gotta let go. Hank, everybody. Dude, all our cats are pretty affectionate. Odin is affectionate in Odin's way. But Ashton is glued to his mom. Hank is glued to me. Odin is glued to whoever's in bed with him. Odin's a hoe. Streamer's gone. Spam emotes. Spam emotes while I'm live. Fuck. I don't care. There used to be a time where it was encouraged hardcore. Just a little shih tzu. She was great at herding the chickens. Not so much the quail. Do you keep your quail like free range? Let's see if I have a picture of my quail. I don't know. What is it called? Is it called a coop? What do you call where a quail is? You have a chicken coop. You have a turkey roost. You don't have. I thought I had pictures. Rammstein. I guess I don't have a picture of my quail. Ours has grown very affectionate over the past couple of years. Nice that he's sweet to us, but not so fun when a 30-pound cat hops on your chest at 3 a.m. Scares the shit out of you. Oh, thankfully, Odin doesn't necessarily jump on, but he's a hefty. Do you think there's any chance that your love for octopus has anything to do with Red Wings? It very well could be. Because, like, I didn't grow up loving octopus or anything. I did a report the first time I could remember really focusing on octopus was in 6th grade. I did a report, like a multi-page paper on octopus. There were a couple of things in 6th grade, like I had a real deep interest in Albert Einstein as a kid. Like as a grown-up, not so much, but like I was enthralled with Albert Einstein. So I would I would watch a ton of shit like on the History Channel, or we didn't have the internet, so I'd read books about Albert Einstein, and I remember the first time I ever like did anything in school about Albert Einstein was I dressed up as him for another project in third grade. And then the first thing I remember ever doing with Octopus is that paper in sixth grade. So, how old are you in sixth grade? Like 11? Let's do some math here. Because I can tell you exactly subconsciously if it is or not. How old are you in sixth grade? 11 or 12? So I would have been 12 because I'm an early baby. So 12 would have been 92. 92 would have been when I was in sixth grade. Is that right? If I was in sixth grade in 92, that means in 92, 93, I was in seventh. 93, 94, I was in eighth. No, that ain't right. That ain't right at all. It would have been 95. 95. I would have been 12 and 95. 96 would have been 7th. 98 would have been 8th. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So it was 95. So yeah, it very, very well could have been. When was Al the Octopus introduced? It's like Octopus has always been. It's purple because of the Red Wings, 100%. Al the Octopus. But when was Al the? I feel like Al the Octopus wasn't until like 96. Oh, it was the 95 playoffs. But that would have been after. Would it have been after? No, I guess that would have been. I'm going to say subconsciously, 90% probably why I love octopuses because of the Red Wings, but I'm not 100% certain. Oh, okay. I thought you were like coming to tell me Ryan broke his neck or something. You have your phone in your hand. You have your phone in your hand. I'm like, ah, fuck. Okay. Maybe a lot of converging things all at once. I would greatly say that the chances of my love for an octopus or for octopus is directly 100%. Yeah, we'll say 90% related to my because I loved the Red Wings. It just like late elementary, early when they started actually being good. I remember going to games and there being like 3,000 people there and people chanting Dead Wings. But yeah, I would say subconsciously, because my number one favorite animal is an alligator. Always has been since I was a itty bitty little dude. And I always liked giraffes when I was younger, but I couldn't care less about giraffes now. But yeah, alligators were always my number one. But now it's like alligators are 1A, octopus is 1B. Oh yeah, for sure. Like Robert, this is the crazy thing. It's not necessarily crazy, but I don't know how all of you were brought up, but I have a pretty tight knit family group. In fact, my mother is currently texting me that she got into diorama building with a Barbie. She bought a vintage Barbie from her childhood, and like her and my dad made this whole stage setup. She sewed the curtains and shit. My dad made the stage, like the whole 9 yards, right? So she made this beautiful diorama. And this is my mom's first foray into miniatures. Well, she posted it last night on some Facebook group for Barbie, and it has like close to 1,000 likes and a shitload of comments and stuff. She's like, "Is this what it's like to go viral?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess so. That's pretty fucking insane." But my parents they've always been wonderful, attentive parents, right? And I'm lucky. I know I'm in a very small minority of people who are fortunate enough to have that in their life. So, with that said, even when we were broke ass, dad's working night shift, mom's staying at home with the kids, and we're on food stamps and all that good shit. Back poor days. I would like fall asleep in my mom and dad's bed, and my dad would come home and put me in my bed like at 3, 4 in the morning. But we like my mom every night we would pray. My sister and I and my mother would say prayers, like just standard prayers, because I was raised Catholic. I'm no longer any religion. I am who I am. I don't discuss religion on the channel, but we would say a prayer too, and then my mom would ask us about like what our dreams are, what our hopes and dreams are. So we'd be laying in bed, and my mom would be like, "What do you dream? What do you want to be when you grow up?" And I always said farmer. I want to be a farmer when I grow up because I love animals. To me, a farmer was somebody who had a shitload of animals. It wasn't a person who grew corn. It wasn't a person who, you know, produced food. It was, I want to be a farmer. I want to have cows and horses and pigs and all that stuff, right? So I guess indirectly, in some way, I'm living out my dream. Because this isn't like exactly what I envisioned. Like, I thought I'd have 100 acres and a farm. But I'm fortunate for what I have because back then, dreams are dreams, right? Dreams were. I could not afford a real farm these days. Speaking of more influences, this is a big influence on me right here. Jimi Hendrix. You guys can't hear it. I keep forgetting that. But Purple Haze is playing. It's like, boom. That was a massive influence on me. Why am I pouring black? I don't need black. I like it. Yeah. Oh, that was a thick fart. I guess this is a creek. Look up and see. Is it Death Corpse of Krieg or Death Corpse Krieg? Gotta be. Is it Chicken of the Sea, for the sea, or by the sea? We grew up in Detroit and Warren mostly. Bouncing from eviction to eviction, we used to always joke about making out to Hall Road one day. And, oh, God. I remember those days where Hall Road didn't exist. Nowadays, I work out on Hall with one of my childhood best friends. Is a nice bit of humility for myself. Every so often, I dream have now if I want more these days. Sounds like we live similar paths. Man. I used to work at that Mongolian barbecue right there on Hall in 59. I worked there for 3 days. It was awesome. By awesome, I mean completely. I got hired, and I'm learning how whatever their bullshit is. And my manager comes out on my third day. Is like, "Hey, there's a bit of a problem." I'm like, "What I do?" And they're like, "No, it's not. It's that my other manager or the other store manager also hired a cook." And I'm like, "Uh-huh." And they're like, "Yeah." And that was like a week ago. And this is only your third day. I'm like, "Yeah. So what? I don't have a job." And they're like, "Yeah." Like, "Yeah, not a problem. Bye." That was the extent of my I worked at Mongolian barbecue. Death Corpse Pub Creek. I worked literally right next door in the big office building. Yeah, I know exactly the building. Yes, sir. Awesome. That's also right by the pie shop, isn't it? And there was a Middle Eastern place right there too that was really good. I would fucking do things for good Middle Eastern food right now. I would do some really questionable stuff for some good Middle Eastern. They closed the Mongolian place. BD's? Like actual Mongolian barbecue? Probably because they fucking outpriced themselves. That shit was so expensive. Annie and I went. I don't remember what we went for, but it was like just her and I, just dinner. We didn't have drinks, nothing. We had like pop, but like we didn't have alcohol. But the two of us, it was like $80 for two of us. Did you ever? I don't know how old you are. You don't have to say anything, but have you ever heard of Hoo Hot back in like the late '90s, early 2000s? You said you're from Warren. There's a Korean hot pot place right now, right by the GameStop, making a killing. Fuck yeah, dude! Detroit loves their Asian food. We used to go to Fuji Buffet out in Clawson, right next to what is that, 388 or something like that. That Asian grocery store. It's nuts. I loved going there just to look. But Fuji had hot pot. I never tried it, but we'd go to Fuji for all you could eat sushi buffet. But Who Hot was in Fraser, and it was basically it was a Mongolian barbecue, but they would have things like elk and bison, and it was right next to my high school in Fraser, so we'd just go there on a half day and like, oh, loved it. Fuji's the best every time you go to Micro Center. Yeah, yes, sir. That's exactly where this computer came from. I bought it all from fucking Micro Center, and I went to Fuji right after. Yes, sir. I love that you just said that. My cousin Derek and I, we would go out to like Micro Center Or we'd just go to Fuji and then we'd be like, want to go to Micro Center? Nope. Let's go. One or the other. It was always Fuji and Micro Center. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Fuck, man. That's great. You know something. I'll lick your bum bum now. That's how this. It's Informer by Snow. Never went to Hoo Ha as a kid, but I've heard of it. Yeah, it was a great little. There's this place. It was at Utica and 15 Mile, or was it 14? It's 14. But there's this one little place right behind Shots Market, right in downtown Fraser. And this business would just completely keep changing hands. I would not believe. All road. Here it is. So you got the mobile gas station, right? Here's where Shots Market is and all that shit at 14 in Utah. This is the eye center, whatever. This little place right here. No, it was this place right here. This little place right here would be so many different things, but that was Hoo Ha at one point. Here's El Charo's. I worked there for years. But this was my high school right here. High school, junior high. And we just walk right down to it. There we go. So this used to be Hoo Ha, wherever it is. I lost it apparently. This used to be Hoo Ha, and then it turned into Schmitty's, which was a sports bar. And I watched all of the 2002 and 2000, not the 2008, but the 2002 Stanley Cup win, and all these Stanley Cups from my drinking age till 2009 when they closed. I watched at that bar. I had a stool and everything. I'd walk in before I hit the stool. My fucking cold PBR would be on the counter. That's where Hoo Ha was. And it's changed over so many different times for this. Home sweet home. All right, let me get back to figuring this out. What does he say? Please have the lyrics. He does say I lick his butt. Look, I'm listening to Informer by Snow. I lick he boom boom down. I lick he boom boom down. Right. No, he's saying now. That's not right. A licky boom boom down. Active man's mana say daddy me snow. He stabs someone down the lane. Licky boom boom down. These lyrics are ridiculous. Not this nonsense again? What, Informer? Do I, like, excessively talk about this for some reason? Didn't know that I cover this often. Sorry that it upsets you, Nivik. Effective man say. It sounds like he's rapping about somebody who's a snitch. Dude's a Canadian embarrassment. Don't be embarrassed by him. Never went to yeah, the precision. It's nonsense. I have an unfortunate ability to tie people up in nostalgia. Well, what do we have if we don't have nostalgia? I love nostalgia. What's wrong with it? Don't hate on it. Nostalgia is a good thing. Alright, I think I'm just gonna go grimy metallics on this bad boy. And I might airbrush it. I haven't decided. So I think I'm gonna spare you guys because I've only got about an hour and a half. I don't want to waste time setting up the airbrush metallics and masking them off. That'll bore you guys. White guy pretends to be that he's white, Irish, Canadian. Dude, he's a national treasure. Stop being so mean. I think Snow beat Nivik up as a kid. When Nivik was a kid, Snow beat him up. What do you guys think? Like the white dude that went to jail for beating someone with a crowbar? Did he really? He was a legit gangster, see? What a fucking piece of shit. Met a DJ and poof, he's a reggae. Oh, he stabbed people too? Wow. On a fucking roll. Was that before or after Informer? I mean, you're like really being madly invested in 1993 hit sensation rapper Snow. You know I'm being like total fuckwad. I fill my brain with tons of useless music. Info on music is not useless. He's commonly known as a douching can. Come on, Gray. You know that he's like the coolest Canadian ever. Right? Him and Don Cherry, they're like national treasures. They're the greatest thing ever. We're like brothers. Again, commonly known as a douchebag in Canada. Don Cherry is known as a douchebag everywhere because he is a coolest Canadian of all time is Nardwar. What is that? That sounds like a porn name or coolest Canadian. That could be a game. I'm calling it. That's my new game show. Coolest Canadian or porn title. I think the coolest Canadian ever is in my chat right now and has a sword next to it. We're blood brothers. Based on my shitty singing, what band am I listening to? We're like blood brothers. Narwhal is an eccentric music interviewer. The human Serviette, he's a famous journalist who interviews musicians, digs up incredibly hard to find info on them to keep them off guard. Great dude and a legend. He always gives tips. That's a hello. Hey, Chain and Scale, how are you? Josh from Mini Wargaming just messaged me. He probably just heard. Okay, I thought he was. I thought he was listening. He's like, wait a minute, who's the coolest? Who's the coolest Canadian you know? Wait 1 second. This is business. Otherwise, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be facing. There's an opportunity of teaching at some place that he's going to coordinate. I might have a theme here, but Guy Lafleur, Raleigh Robinson, Steve Shutt, Jean Bell. I always struggle with his name. Steve Shutt, Bellevue, Bobby Orr, Willie O'Ree, the band Rush are all cool Canadians. So I'll whittle that list down a little bit because one, I only really know who two of them are. Well, I know who Guy Lafleur I'll give you. I have no fucking clue who Raleigh Robinson or Steve Shutt are. I know John Beliveau. Did I just say it like literally? I know who John Beliveau is. I don't really care. Bobby Orr, second greatest defenseman ever. I'll give you that. Willie O'Ree, the man who broke the color boundary in the NHL, the legend. Rush, our god amongst men. Say you have a pretty healthy list. Shane Scale, not bad. Excellent. I love hearing that people. Sorry. I have some really, really, really good news, but I can't talk about it yet. And Josh is potentially giving me more good news on a different but similar front. It'll be public news eventually, like soon enough, probably within a week or two. But I was at Hi Hank. Hank's sitting on the window still. Almost showed the text to us. Shit. You guys saw that? Damn it. It's alright. If you saw the three letters, it'll come out soon enough. Not like the 17 of you are gonna go and storm the world and say, "Oh, we know where he's teaching next year." God damn, that thing's right in my business. You see my junk? Are you just gonna hang out in my windowsill like a little cutie? Look at this. What a little cutie. Look at him. Just chilling. Okay, Dad. I'm gonna sit here in the window. Hang out with you. What a little cutie. I'll send that to Mama. So the 3-letter one, that one's not the one that Josh is. What am I listening to? Oh, it's Ted. He looks ready to nap. Well, he's a cat. All cats look ready to nap every second of every day. That's a cat's job. Sleep. What do you do for a living? Oh, I sleep. Like a no friend. And it's good to see him. And oh, Fred Bear, walk with me down the trail again. Take me back where I belong. See you, Hank. I know it's a rough life being a cat, isn't it? Another mystery dust down below. We're not alone or in a hunter's dream. I felt his guiding forevermore. Feather, you fuckwad. Ah, fuck. Alright, whatever. Bit more paint if I'm gonna feather. Now I've overworked the paint. Alright, man. Stop trying too hard. You can just do that easy. By the way, if you've not had this yet, it's fucking good. What up, Magic? You'll guide our arrows home. Back where I belong. Not a whole lot. Seeing you're painting what seems to be a rhino. This is a Lehman Russ proxy. Or, well, it's from Elric's Hobbies. They do a bunch of conversion bits for them. So, doing all of their conversion bits for Adepticon, not the Sons of Medusa stuff. Not the Death Guard guy. All of these different turrets and whatnot, they're conversions that they sell for this kit with all these different guns. But they wanted it painted up for their display booth at Adepticon, so I obliged. That's what I'm working on. Personally awaiting my Demos pattern rhino. I don't know what Demos pattern. That's got to be like what, 30K? What chapter? I'll go down by that. Oh. Nice, you doing their traditional paint scheme? To be honest, Jobber, I have no fucking clue. That's a legally distinct. I have no clue. They just said paint it, and so I'm painting it. Central Spain. I decided I like the Krieg colors, so let's paint the Krieg colors. I don't know if that's normal or okay. He's seen it, so he hasn't complained yet. I think they're just looking for Flash. I don't think they're looking to really worry too much about that. Flash, I will give you. Lore accurate, I do not know on guard. Referencing to the Emperor's Children. Oh, okay. 30K costs $10 less, but it's the same size. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Love the purple and gold color scheme on anything. Hell yeah. That's me in green. I don't give a fuck what green it is. If it's green, I like it. That feathered a lot better than the other side. That's fucking ridiculous. Redunculous. This side, not so much. For the first time. I'll have to keep fucking with it, but at least I got what I wanted out of it. I feel like I'm painting Florida flags on this. Maybe that's what I'm doing. I'm subtly influencing this to be a Florida flag. It'd be really Florida if I painted it white. I get tanks in tomorrow. We'll probably have them done by the weekend, and my army box will probably come in next week. Damn, you're efficient. That would take me forever. I use an airbrush for most of my painting. Fix the details later. Yeah, that's me. Predominantly an airbrusher. But my own with detail is fine. Yes, I am a. Some would say I know how to airbrush. Some, not many. Also, considering myself a master of slap chops since I have 5,000 points of Tyranids, that's a lot of Tyranids. I got a few Tyranids. I keep forgetting that you guys can't hear the music now. That sucks. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I want to be on YouTube. I can't have music playing. What? What's wrong?
Email to him.
Oh, you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Want me to AFK?
Okay.
I'll give you the. I'll tell you how to find out.
20.
Look at my Facebook profile and find the picture.
No, I got it here. 2022. 12 of 2022.
Didn't we go? Oh no, I went to.
It was in 22. After thinking about this, I'm going. So it was in 22 that we bought the property and we went down and you came down here.
Yeah, that's when I found it. It's 2020.
Did sign the mortgage paper. Or? No.
We would not have moved down here without paperwork. Moved down here.
No,
October
the
of
mortgage.
23.
No, because to sign the mortgage, that's when. So when we signed the paperwork, that's when I was like, "Holy crap, this is an expensive payment. A lot more than we had anticipated." And we were living with your mom and dad when I signed.
Okay.
It wasn't.
You start later. Cheap.
Getting that.
Yeah. I wouldn't contact just one.
Oh, I know. I already sent. But I can't do.
Yep.
But it's construction.
Okay. Recently we painted Terry the T. Yes, he. Oh, T-Fax. Fax. Yeah. Wrong button. This is what I was gonna do. It sounds like you have a lot of tyranny. That's half of the gaunts I have to paint. Plus all those. Plus all the characters on top. I don't know how many gaunts are in here. I guess I could quickly math, but there's the rippers too. What's 8 times 20? That's 160. There's no way that's 100. There's no way that's 160. That's more than that. Digging the Zornthrope in Norn Emissary. What up, War Squirtle? 160, which is more than you can use in 10th edition. Well, we're not concerned with how many you can
impending
use
horns.
in 10th edition, because that's not what that's for. I have 8 more boxes to do still. So I have a total of 320 gaunts that I have to paint. It's for a narrative event. War Squirtle. It's a good word, homie. Yeah, I'm that giant ass army is for the cruises that I do. The themed cruises. So if you want to go on a cool Warhammer themed cruise, check out my link, !sale. In October, we're sailing out of Galveston, Texas, going to Mexico and the Bahamas, and playing a lot of Warhammer in a narrative campaign that's going to kick ass. Part of that narrative campaign is the imminent takeover of a giant fleet, Leviathan Tyranids. Stop it. This chair broke, man. It's starting to piss me off. I'm sitting here and the fucking cylinder is just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. Painted Blood Dragon recently used one of those laser cut paper leaves. Looks pretty cool. What's a Blood Dragon? Do tell. Played my first game a couple of weeks ago and successfully rolled 1 wound for a whole squad of Assault Intercessors and a squad of Blade Guard vets into Infernus Marines. So I have to embrace that my luck will not be. Ugh. If it weren't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck. That's the saying, right? I feel you there. My peak viewers on YouTube were 4 people. You believe that, guys? 4 people watched me on YouTube. I don't know how, if there's any. Right now, I don't know. Oh, yeah, concurrent viewers. Hello, viewer on YouTube. Hello. Not as cool as an actual dragon. It's a Blood Angel successor. Oh, okay. Duh. My bad. My bad. I don't know all these successors. Got about 45 minutes. Stream left. By the way, it is my anniversary week. I'm streaming for 7 years. I want to do something cool, but I haven't really announced it. I'll probably do some stuff tomorrow night. Because a lot of my nighttime streamer or viewers are have been here since day one people. That pops. Wait a minute. You have subs are happening? I'm not. Oh, there it is. Thank you for gifting. Thank you for the follow. My alerts are for some reason not working. Bumming me out. Oh, you did a 5-drop Sportle? Damn, son. Thank you. Thank you so much. For whatever reason, my shit's not working. I know it's working for you guys, but I can't hear. It was working last night when I tested it. I know you can't hear the music. That's on purpose. Because I'm on YouTube now, so I can't have music. It sucks, I know. But I wonder if I disabled something by accident. This time we're not giving up. Hallelujah. Huh. Hallelujah. Now you got me trying to figure it out. I heard that. Whatever I did, I fixed it. Oh no! It broke. Okay, so apparently I need to keep that open. That's fine. I can do that. Hallelujah.
Wolfman's got gnar.
Why am I not hearing it? Cyber. Thank you, buddy. Why am I not hearing it? Well, anyway, Cyber, thank you. Appreciate that. I have no idea what the hell is going on. I'm gonna erase dick bags off my table, though. Laugh when old people fall. I think it's dice bag. Oh, it's 100%. No, it was my neighbors. They're dick bags. I don't want to waste my time. Fall in line. I know exactly how I'm going to deal with this. Oh, that's bright red. I don't want. Become another casualty. Society. Enemy. Don't kill me. Count on me. I gotta book it. Feeling like crap. I'm sick today. Please don't feel like crap. I hope you feel better. Thanks for hanging out, though. It's super chill. I really do appreciate you. I hope you feel better. Another casual society. I really do hope you feel better. How do you even out the red layer? Will it be multiple layers or will it come through washes or something? Are you talking about the shitty shit of this? That I'm about to bust out the airbrush and feather it. Pissing me off. Iron Man. Somebody text me. Oh. The drums in this song go blicka 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 blicka. The way the red looks slightly textured, it happens when I paint red too. Oh, you just need to do layers. That's all. Red's any warm color is going to be super transparent, so you just need to work with it a bit. This just needs a couple more layers. That's all. This is not finished. I just need to keep my ADD brain from going nuts, essentially. I'll block it in and then I'll feather it out with the airbrush a little. Show you. It's all about like your light placement. So I know that light can't turn a corner, right? So like the brightest color intensity will be up here. The more layers you add on, the more color intensity or color saturation you'll get. So you've got to be kind of selective if you're not using your airbrush for the whole thing, which I'm not. You want to kind of paint in the layers, even if you're layering without glazes or anything. You want to kind of step back your layers as you paint them so they give you more of a gradient. Because each layer is going to create more and more intensity of color, which we know it as saturation, right? So you got blue, right? And it's blue. But if you put another layer of blue over top of it, it becomes a little more intense, a little more color saturated. You put yet another layer over top of that, that color becomes even more saturated. And that's essentially a blown up version of a layer, a gradient layer, right? So that's kind of the idea behind that, behind glazing, any of it. In my dreadnought, I think I might need to add some layers to parts of the chassis to get rid of that look. I don't own an airbrush, so I get frustrated seeing the difference in what can achieve with airbrush versus barely trained hand brushing. So, what's holding you back from airbrushing? It's like, this is my dreadnought. So, what are we talking about? The difference in like the metals? What are we? Because I mean, there's some volume to my metals, but nobody's gonna look at the metals, so who gives a shit? I mean, I do some weathering and some oil and shit on it, but that's about it. I barely do much more than just one coat on edge highlight and move on. When you're talking about like showmanship parts, things like this iron halo that have more depth to the metal, that's a different situation because it's a key focal point, right? This is kind of bringing your eye to it to a degree. Your eye's gonna either centralize up here or centralize over here, one or the other. The metal, there's like next to no exposed metal on this, so who gives a shit? The only difference you can see on mine is like there's darker silver here and there's lighter silver here. That's it. That's the only difference. Like nobody's gonna fucking focus on that shit. Nobody. So don't. I wouldn't even concern yourself with it. Just be happy with it. It'll be fine. There's a little bit of shading difference on the like smokestacks, but that's it. Like I didn't even glaze these up at all. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, frankly. It's not like the Void Dragon. Let me grab that. These are all dusty as shit, but you can kind of get the point, right? This is a Void Dragon, my Void Dragon for my Necrons, and it's a giant metal dude. So yeah, I'm going to kind of focus more on the metals, right? They're slightly more attended to, but that's like the major focal point, is it not? Him being silver, the headdress, whatever, the wings, all that shit's important. But you look at like one of my knights that is dustier than hell. I haven't touched it in a long time. This dude doesn't really have any crazy differential. The only thing that's different is the bottom of his armor. So if you need to smooth out a metallic, just thin it down a little bit and it should be fine. But like, I don't give a fuck because half of this shit's going to be covered anyway. So who cares, right? Like, you think about it, there's a big armor panel here, there's a big armor panel here. You'll see the ball joints, that's it. But then you got the guns and shit that go on here, and those get covered by a giant ass shoulder pad and a giant ass carapace. So it's like, whatever. You can just let it be, you know? This is the project that I learned not to worry too much about flexing my metallics on. It's all a situational thing. This is the project that I learned not to give a shit about like my metallics too much. I'll show you why. I gotta find it. It's gonna be a minute. I think that's one of the things 99% of people who look at it not care. I know it's slightly off, so drive. That's a hard lesson that I still have to try and remind myself every time I paint. You're gonna know because you're the one painting it, but nobody's gonna notice. Like the stupidest, smallest, minutest little detail. Nobody will ever fucking know. Man, that's farther back than I thought it was. I guess it's been years since I painted Death. So like here, let me give you a quick example. This is one of my nights, right? And all of the metallics that are showing are very flashy, sure. But look at that gun. Like let's just be straight. The gun, the chassis, very flat, right? Because nobody gives a shit about that. They're not looking at that. They're looking at all this shit. You know? So I just like if I could take this one back, I might use my airbrush to create a little bit more depth, but like all that I really gave a shit about was the gold trim and the body, like the armor piece. Same thing on these dudes. Focus on the show. I even skipped out on that blade. Look at that. Shit, I skipped out on a lot on these dudes. This was for a charity raffle. Yeah, I mean, it's pride. It's not childish. It's pride. Not childish at all. Have pride in your work. Our back is. You there? Are you still changed? All right, so here's the series of pictures, right? Here's the airbrushing. All of a sudden, they turned into tomb blades. I don't know how. No, but here's the airbrushing, right? That's this tank right in front of me. Then I start blocking in all the metallics, right? Then I weather the piss out of it. So it's like, is what it is, you know? You don't need to worry too much about it. Hey, I just showed that dude. There it is in all its glory. Jinxie did this freehand. But yeah, there you go. There you have it. His spike broke off. Probably broke off in I have a notification from Shopify. Somebody bought something. Hey, if you're out there, thank you. Somebody bought a bunch of 3D printed miniatures, and I can't wait to take care of those for you. Thank you very much for your purchase. I appreciate that. I'll get those on the plate as soon as the stream is over. Just adds to Death Guard look. Well, I love Death Guard, right? Death Guard are, by and large, one of my favorite factions in the whole game. I'm saving this hand for a Death Guard tattoo. I love them. I would like to revisit them, but I have an offer to paint a Mortarion for somebody, and I'm kind of like... It would be a really, really nice boost to my income right now. But at the same time, I have one of my own that I really, really want to paint. And it's like, which one do I paint first? Mine? Commission. I haven't even accepted the commission yet. Still deciding what I want. Little Billie Eyelash. I like Billie Eyelashes. Shine. I am gonna hit this with the airbrush. I want to get this edge here. I don't spray too much. He left it up to me whether or not I want to weather this, and I want to, but I just don't think I'm going to have time to. I think what I might do, see if he wants me to weather it. If he wants me to weather it, I'll just take it home. Otherwise, make it look brand new off the lot. If I'm honest, like weathering makes shit so much easier. There's no point in firing up the airbrush right now. Just to blend that. Don't worry about it right now. Oh shit. This one I'm pretty happy with. I want to kind of string it out a little bit more. It's too black. Ooh, chat. Ooh, chat. Someday, yeah.
What do you call it? A pat down.
Pad down what?
Like
Like a cement pad?
like any kind.
Yeah, there's like I might even have a picture of it. Yeah. Ooh, ooh,
Can go to the years.
na 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 na. Someday. I don't see a picture. I think I remember there being ads on cellophane or so like if we went outside I could probably show you, but like there's layer rock here,
Mm-hmm.
and then right under that was some sort of like plastic or something. I don't remember exactly what that.
Because they are required.
Well, that's technically a pad.
I don't know.
I think so. I mean, I can send you the picture. These are the. I'll send you all of these foundation pictures.
No, don't worry about it. Just
No, I'm gonna.
we're gonna need all of the pictures.
I get it, but this will help because once they actually, if you hire someone on a retainer, we gotta pay for it. So send them this picture. They'll go, yeah, that's an issue. We have a thing. Let's move forward. Or they'll go, no, they did what they were required. You have no case. That way we're not paying them.
Well, I also brought up with one lady. I was like, the guy that they first hired to clear the land screwed it up royally and still made us pay for it. Like, I personally,
They refunded us.
they didn't.
Yes, they did.
I don't think
We'll
they
do
did.
this later. They did. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We are having to contact a lawyer about our builder. Absolutely fucking. Figure after 3 years, we should probably have had a result by now, but we don't. So, yeah. No more Mr. Nice. No more Mr. Nice people. We have a case. We will take it to litigation. Yeah, it's still going. It's still going. They still haven't finished fucking repairing everything they said they repaired. And the shit that they have repaired has been the most half-ass repair jobs I've ever seen in my life. That we just have to keep calling them out, calling them out, calling them out. And I have a feeling, I know exactly why they're dragging their asses, is because they're 2.5 hours south of us. Well, if that was going to be an issue, you shouldn't have fucking took the job. They called somebody from Tennessee. He drove all the way out here from the Tennessee-Georgia border to take pictures. That's it. He took pictures. Then he went down south, had a meeting with somebody. Like, homeboy drove like hours there and back. How stupid. Oh my god. I forgot I don't have my. I go to Amazon Prime and search for The Ranger's Bloodstone. Yeah, you'll see. See. Alright. It's donezo time. I'm hungry. Almost 2 o'clock here. So, YouTube, thank you very much for being there. There's 2 viewers, right? Awesome. I peaked at 4 viewers on YouTube. Average view duration, 1.5 hour. I have 19 views. Not bad for a first stream. Pretty good. Pretty good. Those of you over on Twitch, you get 7. This is. I'm gonna celebrate my 7-year stream anniversary somehow soon, but this week I'm kind of bringing it. The 7th is my 7-year anniversary. Keep an eye out. I might do some sort of giveaway. To celebrate every day this week. So tomorrow night I'll be live 8 p.m. Eastern till midnight, and then again Thursday, 9 a.m. to. But I am gonna find someone to celebrate it by going to Warp Fire and getting whooped in 40k by me. You're that close to me? You would probably kick my ass in full 2,000 points. I almost beat Josh's Custodes last weekend. Almost. But then my son failed a charge. He jumped my team and went to Josh's team. Like a 2-hour drive. We could arrange it. Not in March. I'm busy as fuck. We could arrange a neutral site meeting where I will get my ass handed to. Do that. Run that. Moan. Now I gotta figure out who I'm. Yeah. Been trying to get Jordan to play 40K, but Sigmar says, "Who's Jordan?" Guy that owns. Oh, I've talked to him before. I just don't know his name. He helped me out big time with Adepticon 2 years ago. I was gonna take Joshy there this past week, but he was like, it'd be nice to have a week away. Fair game, man. Do it. All right, who am I rating? So many cool people. I'm just gonna roll a die. How many people are alive? 5. Okay, minus the chicken stream. We won't raid the chicken stream. Unless you guys want me to raid. I have a duck stream and a chicken stream. Want me to raid either? Or at least have them in the consideration. 3, 6, 9. There are 12 live channels that I follow, 2 of which are bird related. So should I leave them in the random, or should I just roll a 10-sided die? Yeah, I just rated Tanya like what, a week or 2 ago. So I don't know. Only 40K live that I also want. I literally just rated where like ago. I didn't stream last week. So many people. Alexa, pick a number 1 through 12.
Here's a number between 1 and 12. It's 3.
Of course it is. That's the duck stream. Okay, so if I were to skip that. All right, I'll just go. All right, I'm leaving. It's a new month. No, I can't just peace out. There's the socials. Old school kid. Yeah, social media, Instagram, Facebook. Those are my 2 most active social media. So if you're interested, please give them a follow. But also, most importantly, in that link, all these beautiful sponsors down below. Most of them offer me a commission for sales generated from my link. So make sure you're using my codes, especially with Monument Hobbies. If you didn't see, their new varnish came out. They've got the matte varnish just came out, and 2 other products I don't remember. But if you're going to buy those new toys, make sure that you use my code. Really appreciate it. There's YouTube. Gonna have some videos coming out this month. Had a nice video last month, so check it out. There's the Patreon or the Discord. And last but not least, since it is the beginning of the month, and this is the perfect time, you want to help me out big time, go become a patron. Forget subscribing here, but become a patron on Patreon. Like the $5 tier. Use your $5 that you spend here, go to Patreon. I actually get 95% of that versus here on Twitch where I only $2.50. It being Adepticon this month, I am gonna kind of incentivize donations, subscriptions, etc. Because I'm very, very tight on cash and I don't have my ticket yet. So I'm gonna incentivize some way, shape, or form. I haven't decided how, but if I were you, I wanted to support me, I would go to Patreon. That's each one-on-one lessons, tons of different tutorials. Check it out. All right, I'm gonna raid and run on Tanya. That's, um, I need to stretch and go outside. Story sticking. Theater dashboard. There we go. You too, Jobber. Thanks for hanging out all day. It really means a lot. It means a lot that you're all here. Chatters especially. Doing up that raid. Please let her know that I apologize, but I want to get up and stretch. I've been sitting here for 5 hours, so I'm gonna raid. I'm gonna leave. Thank you all for being here. Be excellent. I'll see you tomorrow night. Okay?